of questions. Members' motion. There are a total of 4 members' motions for this meeting. First member's motion, proposed resolution under the Interpretation and General Clauses Ordinance to amend the Country Parks Destination Consolidation Amendment Order 2013. Our members who wish to speak on the motion will please press the request to speak button. I now call upon Dr. LAU Wong-fat to speak and move the motion. Dr. LAU Wong-fat. Thank you, President. I move the motion. I move that the motion as printed on the agenda be passed. Mr. President, I move that the motion as printed on the agenda be passed. On behalf of the subcommittee on the Country Parks Destination Consolidation Amendment Order 2013, I would like to say that the motion has been passed by the subcommittee, and the wordings of the motions are as printed on the agenda. The purpose of the motion is to exclude the enclave, the Tai Long Sai Wan, from the enclave of the Sai Kung East Country Park, so that it's taken out of the Country Parks Destination Consolidation Amendment Order 2013. So that it's such that the land would not be included as part of the country park. This motion has the support of the subcommittee. The chairman of the subcommittee, Ms. Sit Ho, will give a report on the deliberations of the subcommittee in a moment. Now, for land surrounded by country park or adjoining country park, but that's not part of the country park, is always called the enclave, and some enclave may include both private and government land. The Sai Wan's enclave happens to include a large number of private land plots. I am moving this motion to delete this amendment order is because if we include the Sai Wan village private land into the boundary of the country park, that means it's turning private farmland into a part of the country park. But as the administration proposes this measure, which seriously undermines private property right, there is no reasonable compensation arrangement for the affected landowners. So this is unlawful, unreasonable, and illegitimate. Now, protecting property rights is a very cornerstone of society. The basic law of the special administrative region states that in Article 105 that the SAR should protect private properties. It includes the use, the disposal, and the inheritance of such rights. And such compensation shall correspond to the rule, and that is, the SAR shall, in accordance with law, protect the right of individuals and legal persons to the acquisition, use, disposal, and inheritance of property, and their right to compensation for lawful deprivation of their property. So in Hong Kong, we have the rule of law. The SAR government has the constitutional duty to implement the requirements of the basic law. And without a doubt, if the Country Parks Amendment Order is enacted, it will bring about immense financial loss to property owners. The relevant land that will be changed from private village land to country park. Under the Country Park Ordinance, for land within the boundary of country parks, there is strict regulation on its use, and landowners would have little chance of getting approval for building a house or other economic activities. And because of these various restrictions, definitely the land value will drop substantially, and landowners will not be able to sell the land. So the landowners would just own the land in name, and in reality, their property has been acquisitioned by the government. It's been snatched from them, and they make sense when they say so. Now the government is using this amendment order to undermine private property rights, but it's not offering any compensation. So this is not right. Mr. President, now I have to give you some history about complying with contractual or about honoring contractual obligations. Now, many years ago, that there were many rounds of discussion between the Hon LAU Kok and the Hong Kong British administration. In 1979, the government made a number of commitments. First, no private land will be made part of the country park. Two, no land that's inhabited by villagers will be made part of the country park. And three, country park would be at least 300 feet away from the environs of village. And four, if any abandoned village is made part of the country park, and if villagers eventually move back, the government will have to restore the land and take it out of the boundary of the country park. Five, the country park should not undermine the land interests of villagers. I have to stress that these commitments are not just made by a particular official casually, but rather this is a solemn pledge made by the government in seeking the villagers' support for its measures. So the nature of this commitment is like a contract. So this country park amendment order is a breach of contract, and it undermines the government's integrity. More importantly, the government is not giving play to the rule of law and is unilaterally reneging on a contract signed with the villagers. In 1980, at the inauguration ceremony of the 24th Hon LAU Kok, the then governor, Lord McLeod, said that gave an account of how country park came about. He said that the government has set up for country parks. This covers high lands and other remote sites. The management of country park is to allow better recreational value to be given play to country parks, and people could enjoy the country parks. Now, this plan was implemented successfully because of the cooperation of the Hon LAU Kok and rural committees, and I would like to thank these bodies. So that's a quote from Lord McLeod. He also said that villagers have been rendering support in our combat against the hill fire, and I would like to thank them too. So that's the end of the quote from Lord McLeod. Now I'm quoting from Lord McLeod because I want to tell you the truth. I want to prove that the villagers' contribution to the setting of country park must not be overlooked. The country park amendment order has really incited the emotions of New Territories residents and local residents. Now, the government's not going by the law. They believe that what the government is doing shows that it has no respect for the unique history of the New Territories and its social background. And the government has no respect for the traditional way of life of villagers and as well as their legal rights. The government is steamrolling its way through. In fact, for what the government is doing, the Sai Kung Rural Committee, the Sai Kung District Council, and the Hon LAU Kok have already expressed strong opposition. Villagers of Sai Wan Village have also sought judicial review. The case is to be handled by the government. But still, this government presses ahead with it. That shows the government's being so arrogant, and it doesn't care about the views of residents. Mr. President, now conserving the environment and protecting private property rights are not mutually exclusive. It's all about accommodation and understanding, and then we could take care of both. Villagers also care about environment conservation. Over the years, Hon LAU Kok has worked with many green groups to see how we could promote conservation effectively. And we propose that the government should take the lead in setting up an ecology conservation fund. And there should be reasonable and fair compensation to private landowners who are affected as a result of conservation needs, but the government just would not accept this recommendation. Now, if there had been a compensation mechanism that this saga, like the Saiwan village saga, have been avoided. I hope the public and members understand villagers are not against conservation. We're not against country park, but we're against the government steamrolling its way through and infringing upon private property right without making reasonable compensation to affected landowners. You look at it anyway, this fight by the villager is just matter of course for villagers to defend their legitimate rights in a society where the rule of law prevails. So it should be supported and understood by all who support fairness and justice. President, the government should come up with a fair and reasonable conservation policy that's widely accepted by the public. It's not that it cannot be done, just that the government wouldn't do it. Now, how things are evolving is a cause of concern. We can see that the government just wants to steamroll its way through. It doesn't care about the law. It doesn't care about reasons. If we do not turn things around and we don't put the government back on the right track, that will certainly bring about some enduring problems to the harmony of society. And I would like to thank the President for your ruling in allowing this motion, and I ask members to support this motion. Thank you.
I now put a question to you, and that is the motion moved by Mr. Lau Wong-fat be passed. Secretary for the Environment. President, some country park enclaves are facing different development pressure, and development on such enclaves may not be compatible with the natural environment of the country park concerned, and may affect the visual effect and the beauty of country parks and its integrity. In June 2010, it was discovered that there were illegal excavation carried out in an enclave next to the country park at Saiwan on private and government land. This has caused public concern, and the public generally expect that enhanced protection can be given to such enclaves so that they will not be affected and their beauty would not, natural environment will not be affected due to development. To respond to public aspirations, the government conducted a review, and in 2011, it promised to incorporate 54 enclaves through statutory planning process. The enclave in Saiwan is at the Sai Kung East Country Park with a piece of land of 16.55 hectares, of which 4.02 hectares belong to private owners, or 24.29% of the enclave. The remaining 75.71% is government land, and of the private land within the enclave, 93% are for agricultural purposes, and there are a number of rural houses which account for 7% of the private land in the enclave. The enclave enjoys rich natural resources and good scenery, including an unpolluted natural beach, and there is a very dense woodland and 2 streams that pass through Sai Kung East Country Park as well as the enclave. And there is also a very dense mangrove at the lower stretch. Such natural resources and scenery have attracted a lot of visitors. In 2006, there was a competition staged by the Country Park Friends of Country Park Association, and Saiwan was awarded ranked number one in Hong Kong 10 spectacular views because of the beauty scenery and the fact that Sai Wan is very much part of Sai Kung East Country Park. It has a very good potential for hiking and other recreational activities. It is an indispensable part of the country park concern, and therefore, by incorporating Sai Wan as part of Sai Kung East Country Park, the management and conservation and scenery values can be enhanced, and it can also make it even more attractive and accessible. To protect this beautiful place after the assessment, the administration has proposed the incorporation of this piece of land into the country park, and the proposal was carried out in accordance with the relevant country park designation procedure. It was gazetted, and from the 26th of October to the 24th of December 2012, there was a public inspection period for the draft map. And there was also hearing by the Country Park and Marine Parks Board from the 7th to the 8th of February 2013. And then the objections and representations received were just submitted to the CE Council, and the approval was granted on the 7th of May 2013. In the 60-day public inspection, the authority received 9 objections, but at the same time, 3,200 emails in support of the incorporation. The incorporation of the enclave into the country park would ensure that there will be no uses or development that is incompatible with the natural environment or that may affect the beauty and scenery value and the integrity of the country park. So we recognize the importance of the ecology and the scenery of Sai Wan, and therefore we would like to deploy more resources to enhance the place so that more people can enjoy this as part of the country park. And we would improve the facilities by deploying and properly manage the land, and through the provision of supporting facilities, we will work together with the villagers in improving the environment. And through the relevant ordinance, the AFCD will also deploy resources and manpower to make sure that the natural environment there will be better protected. There will be suitable improvement in terms of hardware, such as the building of paths, signage, and toilets, as well as software in terms of plant management, refuse collection. Will cooperate with villagers and NGOs to do something similar to the management programs that we see in Deep Bay or Maipo and Long Valley. And through the resources deployed by way of the ECF, Environment and Conservation Fund, we'll be able to do a better job in conservation and environmental education. It will achieve a win-win situation for all, and the villagers' living environment will also be enhanced, and visitors would also benefit. Therefore, we believe that the incorporation of Sai Wan will protect the best protection and management of the land. Let me stress again that we are not robbing people of their property. Take Sai Wan as an example. The present uses will involve some small houses as well as agricultural land. After the proposed incorporation is implemented, such uses will be protected and respected. If local villages have to build small houses, then such application will be allowed after the incorporation. And the AFCD announced in June 2012 a document called Notes on the Land Development and Uses in the Enclave of Country Parks after incorporation, setting out the relevant issues in considering such applications. We have to understand that we are not robbing the villagers of their land rights, and instead we hope that by deploying more resources, we can do a better job in conservation and make the best use of the potential to develop the green tourism, so that we can achieve multiple objectives of environmental protection. We hope the members will support the incorporation of the land and also the Country Park, the Designation, Consolidation Amendment Order 2013, so that the two enclaves can be incorporated. This will take effect on the 30th of December.
Ms. Ho, As the chairman of the subcommittee concerning the Country Park Designation Consolidation Amendment Order 2013, I would like to report to you about the scrutiny of the subcommittee. We had carried out 4 meetings to scrutinize the amendment order, and we've listened to the views of the deputations. And in fact, we have already submitted a written report to the House Committee. Well, in fact, 3 enclaves, that is land not included in country parks, will be incorporated into country parks. 2 of them are government land, and so there wasn't any controversy. But then for side 1, it involves private land ownership. The majority of the members of the subcommittee are against the incorporation of the enclave into the Sai Kung East Country Park, and Mr. Lau Wong-fat's motion to repeal it has the majority support of the subcommittee. Usually, the chair of a subcommittee will move a motion on behalf of the subcommittee. But then, personally speaking, my stance is not to support the motion. Therefore, in accordance with the relevant manual, I have asked members who are in support of not including the enclave to ask a member to move a motion. And then members have agreed that Dr. Lau Wong-fat should move the motion. I do not agree with the content of the motion, but I will certainly defend Mr. Lau Wong-fat's right concerning the subsidiary legislation. Just like in the year 2010, at the time, the administration thought that the LegCo did not have the power to amend the amended map, thinking that Section 14 of the CPO says that the new map has already gone through consultation. Opposition has been heard and dealt with. The CE then refers the map to the land registry. So it is said that unless a similar process was gone through so as to prepare a new map, otherwise, and since no new map has been registered with the land registry, not even the CE had the power to amend it. And it was said that the administration thought that we should talk about equal rights. If the CE did not have the right to amend the map, then the legislature should not be entitled to a right to amend the amendment order, and the legislature could not ask for the map to be repealed. But then as early as 2010, the legislature was strongly against such an interpretation. In fact, in accordance with Cap 30, Bracket 2 of Cap 1, the LegCo has been given powers, and in fact, Basic Law Article 13 also empowers us to enact and amend legislation. The administration was of the view that if a map was for the LegCo to be repealed, then the original map, which has already been replaced, then if we have got a new map to be repealed, then it means that the area will not be covered by any maps to govern the land uses. But then the legislature has been holding a different view. We believe that when a new map has been repealed, then the original map will still be valid. Therefore, we won't have the problem of having a vacuum concerning the land use control. And in fact, we have powers to amend laws, and I don't think such powers should be eroded or denied by the administration's arbitrary interpretation of the legislation. In 2010, the administration would like to take away 5 hectares of land from a country park for the landfill. So the administration would like to amend the Chang Kwan O Country Park map. At that time, the legislature voted in support of the subcommittee's amendment by having 52 votes against the objectors. And after that, the legislature set up a working group to look at our powers to amend subsidiary legislation. It is said that unless the principal ordinance makes it clear that under exceptional circumstances, the LegCo cannot exercise the power to amend, in all other cases, the administration or the executive cannot encroach upon our rights in such matters. And I would like to urge everybody to protect our rights. We shouldn't easily give it up. In 1997, the then provisional legislature handed over the powers to amend the UN sanctions ordinance. I don't think we should repeat the same mistake. And in fact, a university law professor told us that even for us to give up such powers, it is against the Constitution. Recently, when we talked about air pollution control, for us to impose a limit on the service years of heavy goods vehicles, it is said clearly that the administration can have a Gazette, but then to amend the years of service, but it is said that it cannot be regarded as subsidiary legislation. I'm against it, and I've talked to the Secretary for the Environment's team. There must be early amendments so as to prevent having another constitutional controversy. I defend Mr. Lau Wong-fat's right to amend the amendment order, but I have to protect the countryside. I'm against his resolution. In 2010, Mr. Simon Lau's project was exposed, and we found that the vegetation was destroyed. The administration couldn't find any provision to stop it. At the end of the day, we could only count on a particular provision in the Country Park Ordinance, saying that without the authorities' approval, you could not have dispatched a heavy vehicle to go past the country park, and so a summons was issued. At that time, the former CE, in his policy address, gave a promise to say that the legislation should be improved so as to afford better protection to the country parks, and that's the background of today's legislation. That is, we would like to provide better protection so that the enclaves can be incorporated into the country parks. We have to resort to more vigorous provisions to protect the environment. Now, villagers are afraid that private property rights will be affected, and then their right to develop private land will be affected. Allow me to address the points one by one. Private property rights will not be affected as a result. This is because the land ownership will still belong to the private landowners, irrespective of this amendment. The property rights won't be taken away. In the urban area, if there is no consensus, the land resumption ordinance will be invoked so that the land interest will be acquired at a very low rate. Now, in the countryside, for the land ownership, I think it is being given better protection than those urban landowners because you are not forced to give up your land at a very low price. So whether it is land of agricultural nature or others, you can still apply for a new territories exempted house to be built. But of course, there may be a difference for enclaves such as these ones, for them to be incorporated into country parks. If somebody would like to put up a structure, or if they would like to carry out certain works projects, then they must meet the provisions in the ordinance, and you have to be compatible with the surrounding uses as well as the landscape. Now, the landowners are saying that it can become something very subjective. In other words, it will be easy for the authority to veto their application so that they cannot increase the value of the land. In fact, in Hong Kong, whether it is in the rural area or in the urban area, whenever you want to have any development on your land, you will be restricted by the surrounding characteristics. The rural area is not subject to special restrictions. In fact, in the urban area, you are subject to more restrictions. Say, for example, we have the plot ratio. If the plot ratio is 5 or below, then within the site, your development cannot have more than 32 stories above your podium or your car park. And then we cannot obstruct the ridge the ridgeline. And therefore, on the Hong Kong Island, the building heights are being restricted. Recently, for the former North Point housing estate, we just see a good illustration. And then for commercial buildings and for residential buildings, in fact, when you want to have such developments, again, you have to satisfy the authority concerning the traffic impact assessment. And for Hopewell Centre Phase 2, I think it's a good example to show this point, to illustrate this point. So the scale of the development has to be reduced or adjusted accordingly. So just want to tell the people in the rural area, just to tell the community there, now restrictions on development are not specific to the rural area. It is not unfair towards the rural landowners, irrespective of whether you are in the rural area or the urban area. When you want to develop your site, you have to be compatible with the surrounding areas. For Hon LAU representatives, on many occasions, they have said that we are imposing restrictions on developments in rural area. It is said that it is unfair, it is unlawful. Now, for those in Hon LAU, they are talking about the rule of law, they are talking about justice, they are the core values of Hong Kong. They have cited such examples to defend themselves. I have to clarify the points. As I have said, for new developments, for new structures in both urban and rural areas, you still have to be compatible with the surrounding areas. You still have to meet the statutory requirements. Therefore, for the enclaves to be incorporated into the country parks, and so in future they will be subject to certain restrictions, we are not targeting at the rural areas. So it is not a matter of being unjust. And last time, Mr. Simon Low carried out a project. He destroyed the countryside. But at the end of the day, what happened? Was the landowner criminally liable? No, he wasn't. He did not have to be responsible for anything. In fact, he was only fined for using heavy vehicles to deliver goods without approval. In fact, only the workers were fined, and they were fined $1,000 or so. I think it is, in fact, unfair. Perhaps somebody paid the fines for the workers, but then the project proponent himself was not made liable. So do you think that it is fair? Do you think that it is in line with the spirit of the rule of law? Just now, the Secretary for the Environment has said a lot of comments have been received. Most are in support. Of course, there were also others who objected to it, but the majority, the overwhelming majority, was in support of it. And we've gone through the due process in relation to the introduction of new maps to replace the approved maps. So I think everything is in line with the legislative process. Now, the administration has said that we are unconstitutional because we don't have the powers to amend it. I will fight till the end. I hope that Dr. LAU Wong-fat's resolution will not be approved, because in this way there won't be a JR in relation to our right to amend the amendment order. Let me take this opportunity to warn the administration. If you want to try to deny us of the right to amend the law, we will certainly put up a fight against you. Mr. President, imposing restrictions on developments in the rural area will make sure that will mean that landowners will reap less profits out of the land development, but their original inherent interests will not be affected. I myself won't support Mr. LAU Wong-fat's amendment. This is because I think that Tai Long Sai Wan should be given better protection. The landscape there should be given better protection. And administration should also do its job. That is, you should provide water, electricity and roads to such remote areas. Please also work together with the villages so that we can have ecotourism, and then they can have a means of living. In 1976, when the Country Park Ordinance was read for the third time and enacted, Mr. Zhang Yaoheng already said that Mr. Hilton Zhang already said that perhaps youth hostels and homestays could be provided for in country parks. However, they haven't materialized. I hope that the administration can do more in this regard so that we can enjoy the scenery in Tai Long Saiwan.
Mr. Vincent Fang, President, the Country Parks Amendment Order aims to incorporate 3 enclaves in Tai Long Saiwan, Yuen Tun, and Kam Shan into country parks, and the only one with controversy is this Tai Long Saiwan enclave because it includes private land. For the other 2 enclaves, there is not such an issue. Tai Long Saiwan is to be incorporated into Sai Kung East Country Park. On this proposal, the Liberal Party has approached both those in favor and those against the proposal. There are also members of the public who've expressed their views through 1 email, 1 per person. And so we've considered all the views expressed. We understand that for Tai Long Saiwan, it is natural beauty. It's favorite spot for hikers. So that's why all along, for the reasons of conservation, many green groups and members of the public would like to see the Tai Long Saiwan be incorporated into the country park so that the natural environment could be preserved and there won't be any damage. But as the government tries to conserve the environment, it should also respect the legitimate rights and interests of private landowners. The government mustn't steamroll its way through. From government information, Tai Long Saiwan takes up about 17 hectares. 24% of that is private land, and 76% is government land. For government land, of course, the government is free to handle it in any way. But for private land, is after all private property. The administration should have consulted the relevant stakeholders. It should have had discussions with the stakeholders. It shouldn't just arbitrarily make changes or snatch private property from legitimate property owners without making reasonable compensation. And for stakeholders, including Hang Yi Kuk, Saiwan villages, Sai Kung Rural Committee, Sai Kung District Council members, they've all expressed strong opposition to the proposal. They believe what the government's doing is tantamount to robbing the public of their private properties. And by incorporating the enclave into the country park, it will limit the development potential of the sites in question. So since there is some overwhelming opposition, the government shouldn't turn a deaf ear to public views. It shouldn't just press ahead with the amendment order. While the administration is trying to assure them, time and again, that when private land is incorporated into country parks, it will not undermine the property rights of private landowners. Villagers, when they want to build houses now or in future, they will still have to go through an approval process, and the approval process remains more or less the same. But it's obvious that the government is not able to convince the villagers with this. Why? Because over the past few decades, there were very few cases of approval. The government departments do not walk the talk, or they keep moving the goalpost. It happens often in the past. So after the amendment order is enacted, the government may deploy the same tricks. It may again raise the bar for building approval. That's why we could fully empathize with the villagers concerned, because this could actually happen. President, in Hong Kong we have the rule of law. The spirit of the rule of law is a core value for Hong Kong people. Members of the public must abide by the law, but the government must also govern in accordance with the law. From information of the Hang Yi Kuk, as Mr. Lau Wong-fat pointed out, as early as the 1970s, the Hong Kong British administration undertook not to include private land into country park, and there will be a certain distance kept between the boundary of private land and the country park. Basic Law, Article 105, and Article 6 and Article 40 also say that private property rights are to be protected. The lawful traditional rights and interests of indigenous residents must also be protected. If the government believes it has the power, without the consent of private landowners and without paying any compensation, the government believes it could incorporate private land into country parks, definitely it will be challenged legally. And if we want to resolve legal disputes, the best way is to go through the court. President, in early November, the Liberal Party met with group under the Hung Cook. It is the group in opposition to incorporating Tai Long Sai Wan into the Sai Kung East Country Park. The group told us that in October, the villagers already applied for judicial review. Now they're waiting for a date for a court hearing. They believe the government ought to defer the amendment order until there's a court ruling. Otherwise, the court ruling may overrule the relevant order in future. Now, it's also important to let LegCo have more information so we could have a more in-depth and discussion on the matter. The Liberal Party subscribes to that view. We question why in mid-October, that is on the 15th of October, when a villager applied for judicial review, the administration never gave a detailed response. It did not explain what the possible impact would be. That's why the Liberal Party immediately wrote to Mr. Wong Kam Sing, the Secretary for the Environment. We stated that we would like the administration to state its position as soon as possible. And in the light of a possible judicial review, we asked if the administration may shelve the amendment order for the time being in response to the concern and the aspirations of the villagers. Now, in the case of the construction of incinerator, because there's a judicial review, there's a legal challenge, the administration shelved the plan. So it's the same approach here. And then there is a strong local opposition. In the face of that, government should consider other options. For example, offering suitable compensation instead of just steamrolling through the legislative exercise, because then we could both conserve the environment and respect the rights of villagers. This would help to foster social harmony. Now, Tai Long Sai Wan, even if it's not to be incorporated into the country park, as Mr. Ho pointed out, there are other pieces of legislation that could restrict any works being carried out in the area. For example, in 2010, the administration stopped the excavation works in the area. So there is no urgency on the part of the administration to enact the amendment order at once without waiting for the court ruling. But then on the 20th of November, the administration replied to the Liberal Party's letter. It said that for all subsidiary legislation which has been gazetted, it has to be tabled in the Council, and that process has started. That's why it's not possible for the administration to shelve the amendment order at this stage. We cannot accept this response from the administration. It doesn't matter if it is a pretext or not. Now, since the administration is not able to shelve the amendment order at this stage, that's why the Liberal Party believes there's all the more reason for us to support the order to repeal, the motion to repeal the order. We should wait till the court has dealt with this legal dispute fully. And then the administration, LegCo, having regard to the court ruling, could then discuss proper way to deal with the issue. Now the administration is being queried, and that is not acting in accordance with the basic law, is subject to a legal challenge. But it's not following its previous practices. It wants to steamroll its way through the legislative exercise. This is not what reasonable government should do. That's why the Liberal Party would support Mr. Lau Wong-fat's motion. Thank you.
Mr. Tommy Cheung. Mr. President, in relation to the approach adopted by the administration this time, I'm gravely disappointed. Hung Yee-kok and the Rural Committees of 27 Hungs objected to the movement, and time and again they've said that they're strongly against the forceful incorporation of Saiwan into the country park. They've already urged the executive and executive council to be understanding and withdraw the amendment order. And they urge that the administration to talk to the stakeholders and try to have it being controlled by zoning. So you can see that in this battle, the objectors have tried to be rational, reasonable, and legal. And I think it's better to withdraw the amendment order and try to seek a better solution. However, the administration has found that they have secured enough votes, and then they started to turn a deaf ear to all voices, and the administration tried to be high-handed and tried to bulldoze the matter. So everything is being done in the black box, and I am afraid that such an approach would not be convincing. For Saiwan, it is a picturesque place. It is very much loved by the hikers. But I think we still have to look at the question of private ownership of property. I don't think it is convincing. Now, people think that the indigenous villages are against conservation. They just fight for their selfish interests. I think you are being unjust to them. Today, we have got an advertisement, and it is said that it is creating a division, driving a wedge between the rural and the urban people. Well, in fact, even in the colonial era, the government already said that private land will not be incorporated into country parks, and country park boundaries will be further away from the private land. Once private land becomes part of the country parks, then the right to build exempted houses will be affected, and it will be less likely to be given approval to build a small house. It has been said that in the past, applications to build houses within country parks were only seldomly approved, and it was said that there were only 2. The administration must protect private ownership of property, and yet the government is taking it away from private landowners for conservation. At the same time, no reasonable compensation has been given to the landowners, so they are ignoring their lawful legitimate rights. So it is the same as encroaching upon our property rights. If you build a road, you will compensate to the landowner. How come that the conservation fund is not going to hand out compensation to the landowners? Now, if the natural environment is of a conservation value, yes, it should be preserved. It doesn't mean that we can then deprive the private landowners of the rights. Otherwise, the minority will be bullied by the majority, and we will result in more injustice. Is it the sort of democracy we want? This is the tyranny of the majority. I don't know how to render it into a better Chinese term. Perhaps you can enlighten us, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm in support of this Country Parks Destination Consolidation Amendment Order 2013, so I speak. Thank you.
Mr. Wu Chi-wai. Thank you, Mr. President. The controversy about Tai Lung Sai Wan, from the time of the start of the scrutiny to today, from within and without this council, we've heard that the focus of the controversy is about this enclave that may affect the indigenous villagers' interests. Well, let's look at the interests of the indigenous villagers. Some views are of the view that the order may affect the interest of the indigenous villagers in rehabilitation and settlement. I don't think that's justified. According to Section 10 of the Country Parks Ordinance, before Gazette, so long as the conditions of the land lease are observed, the authority will not oppose to any rehabilitation or agriculture-related works. Once Sai Wan becomes part of the country park, in accordance with Section 16 of the Ordinance, the authority will study the impact on the country park, like the natural environment. Recommendations will be made to the Lands Department as to whether or not the work should proceed. And in the explanatory notes, the administration has already spelled out that in general, the authority will allow objectives and development works that are in line with the Country Parks Ordinance. For example, essential works related to the villages and minor public works and development projects. More importantly, according to the block government lease, I cannot see any reason that the Lands Department will reject an application from the villagers to do farming on agricultural land. And this will not change even if the enclave is included in the country parks. Irrigation channels can also be built. The authority will not reject such applications. I'd like to add that under Section 19 of the Country Parks Ordinance, it's stipulated that if the authority rejects any application under Section 10 and Section 16(2) in relation to new development works and modifications to land use, the owners of the land can seek compensation. And Cap 124 spells out the value of compensation. In other words, we're talking about agricultural land. If the authority resumes or rejects statutory applications from the villagers, the government is duty-bound to hand down compensation in accordance with statutory provisions. Since there are no restrictions in the block crown lease or block government lease, the land lease, as well as the ordinance, is entirely the choice of the villagers. Because in law, there's no restriction in relation to the specified land use in the block government lease to continue. And this morning, there are reports that point out that if indigenous villages would like to provide B&B services to maintain a livelihood, they can consider accepting this enclave in the country park. We should have noted that Section 25 of the Country Parks Ordinance already empowers the government to exempt certain parts from the inclusion in the country park. That is for the sake of leisure or tourism in relation to the land lease. So the interests of the villagers have already been protected under the law. And this morning, on a radio program, some councillors cited that Tai Lung Sai villagers did apply to build small houses on deserted agricultural land but were rejected by the Lands Department. Therefore, the villagers were of the view that after this order is enacted, the application will be even more difficult to be granted. My view is that the rejection of the village's application is unrelated to whether or not Taiwan becomes an enclave. Rather, it is related to the block government lease. Under that lease, the relevant lots will be differentiated into agricultural lot and building lots. If a structure is to be built on an agricultural lot, an application has to be lodged with the Lands Department. Normally, Lands Department will not approve the building of any residential structures on agricultural lots, save for agricultural purposes. Indigenous villagers can build small houses on privately owned lots. However, the following conditions have to be satisfied. That is, previously the applicant has not lodged any application and has not accepted any form of land grant to build small houses. Or the application lot must be within the village development environment. That is, within the village environment, within the village boundary. If a villager has no land within the village environment, he can pay a premium to the government for the grant of land. Of course, a case may be rejected. It depends on whether or not the applicant satisfies the requirements for small houses. Say if an agricultural lot falls beyond the village environment, or the applicant lives overseas and would like to apply for a lot to build a small house and cannot prove that he has the intention to come back to the village to settle. We've already got precedents to spell out that these applications do not conform with policy requirements, and that's why the applications were rejected. Furthermore, if an application is to be granted, there's still a controversy. That is whether or not we should change the existing small house policy. For example, to expand and relax the village environs, to relax the village boundaries for the building of small houses, or block government leases with agricultural lots should be turned into statutory village development lots. I'd like to review with you the original intention or objective of the small house policy. In 1972, in accordance with the content of an EXCO paper, it's pointed out that the policy intent is to allow the indigenous villagers to prove that without sufficient land for their own homes, once in a lifetime, they can apply for the building of a small house within the village environment. That is actually a compromise between the Buildings Department and the indigenous villagers, that represented by the Hung Cook. Of course, the evolvement of history can be further interpreted after the motion debate. But the policy is to allow indigenous villagers with insufficient residential lots to build small houses for settlement. It's also pointed out that if there's any abuse, the government can stop or terminate the whole policy at any time. The indigenous villagers are of the view that their residential requirements are not addressed. In 2010, Mr. Low Lin-sing bought 11 lots, now shown by the orange patches on the map here. That covers all the village lots to the north of Taiwan. If there's a genuine housing need, why doesn't the indigenous villager concerned apply for the building of small houses in these village environments? Why should building restrictions be relaxed instead? Why should the government allocate extra housing rights beyond the village environment? Our colleagues continuously say something about huge economic loss, and this is an important issue here. If we're not talking about rehabilitation, settlement, and building of small houses, what are the residual rights and interests? That is, to make profits by selling the land of indigenous villages. If this is made an enclave in the country park, indigenous villagers still cannot transfer their land or sell the land, so their land titles won't be affected. Of course, the so-called loss of interest on the part of indigenous villagers means that through the small house policy or other policies, for example, by modifying the village environment and agricultural lots to turn into more valuable village lots and accrued benefits. Government documents and past court precedents point to the fact that the original policy is to allow the indigenous villagers to settle within the village concerned. The government never says that the indigenous villagers should make profits by building small houses. The court also pointed out that if there's a transfer of the small house rights, all interests therein are illegal. And then in 2010, the Court of Appeal pointed out that there's a suspicion that the agreement signed by the parties concerned was not lawful. We know that the indigenous villager concerned has to make submissions to the Director of Lands, and there's this suspicion that misrepresentation or false statements were submitted. This precedent clearly indicates that the policy itself is not to allow indigenous villagers to make profits by sale or purchase. And in future, if profits can be made, then some parties concerned may purchase indigenous villagers' lots in advance, and the government should not be held liable for the loss of expectation. For example, Mr. Lee Shio-kei procured a lot of agricultural lots which were not put to use. Eventually, he handed over the lots to NGOs for the development of welfare facilities. This indicates that the government does not have the responsibility to bear any responsibility for the loss of expectation on the part of indigenous villagers. If the interest of indigenous villagers means that they can speculate on small houses and make a fortune or sign agreements with the developers, I really cannot agree that this is in line with public interest. In actual fact, the objective of the small house policy is to allow indigenous villagers, after proving genuine housing needs, can have the right to build a home for his own use. It's not a profit-making process. It's not a machine for printing cash. In this Dalong Saiwan incident, the government's decision is correct. Therefore, the Democratic Party will support the government and oppose Mr. Lau Wong-fat's amendment. We hope that the government can seriously consider other enclaves. It should reconsider them, whether or not the various arrangements will affect public interest. I'd like to point out another issue. If we use the town planning ordinance to do regulation, for example, for the agricultural lots held by individual villages, indigenous villages, if they're used for agriculture, then it is in response to what the villagers always said, that is, they would observe the town planning ordinance. But of course, if a lot is zoned agriculture, it cannot be developed. Therefore, when the villagers said that they would like to make use of the OZP to do something, in fact, it's for the government to, under the town planning ordinance, and make use of the OZP to change agricultural land into village environment. This is not to ensure the right of rehabilitation of the villagers. It's not for the purpose of rehabilitation. The villagers actually want to change the land use and make huge housing profits. Therefore, we should not encourage this by way of government policy. So I support the government's motion and reject Mr. Lau Wong-fat's amendment. Thank you.
Dr. Elizabeth Quat. Thank you, President. DAB supports the motion of Dr. Lau Wong-fat. We are against incorporating the enclave in Tai Long Sai Wan into the Sai Kung East Country Park. There are many reasons, but maybe because there are too few villages. You know, there are just several dozens of households. That's why the administration has never heard their voice. And then all along, the media has been putting more emphasis on reporting the views of the green groups, not the villagers. The media rarely reports the voice of villagers who actually live there. Some told us, President, that the Tai Long Sai Wan beach is so beautiful, it should be incorporated into the country park so that it's properly protected. But what they don't understand is that this very beautiful beach in Tai Long Sai Wan and the land nearby is already part of the country park. The dispute here is about the private land, that is the Sai Wan village, now listed as enclave. Now, should this be incorporated into the Sai Wan East Country Park? I'm sure many people in Hong Kong don't understand what the term enclave means. So let me give you some history about this enclave. In the early stage of the development of Country Park, in the 70s, that is, land owners they oppose so the land, farmland and village land being included in country park, so they are listed as enclaves, or they are taken out of the boundaries of country parks. So for private land and a buffer zone taken out of country park boundaries, they become enclaves. Now, enclaves not regulated by the country park ordinance, but land use is still subject to land lease restrictions and planning restrictions. So if there's to be any development, first a proposal has to be submitted to the lands department and the buildings department for approval. So enclave was an undertaking given by the government then to secure the support of villagers. It is a pledge not to undermine the private property rights of villagers. So any changes would mean the government going back on its commitment or undertaking. The content undertaking, Dr. Lau Wong-fat has explained that in detail just now. If the administration is sincere about securing the support of villagers, why can't the administration sit down with villagers and discuss the way forward? We want to have conservation. We want to keep village-type development. If that's the case, there should be discussion about compensation. But how come the government would not talk to the villagers? How come it would only talk to the green groups but not villagers who actually live there? Since the establishment of country parks, the Sai Wan village is actually surrounded by the country park. Cars cannot go in. Every day, villagers have to walk 1.5 hours to go in and out of the village. There was a pier before, because it's now a country park, so the pier is gone. So they could only land on the beach with risk. Originally, villagers are able to support themselves. They farm there for a living, but then the government built a reservoir there, or catchment areas, so all the water sources are stopped, so there's no more farming. Some villagers have to leave the village, others just start a small business of refreshment kiosk or restaurant, so hikers could just stop by for a cup of tea or a bowl of noodles, and villagers could then still make a living. But then, recent years, the villagers received summons from the government. They are prohibited from running their catering business there. And then villagers are thinking of starting the bed and breakfast business, so hikers could stay for the night and enjoy the beautiful scenery there. But the government wouldn't allow it. The government wouldn't even allow them to do their cafe business. So the government's just trying to drive them away because they can't make a living there anymore. So all these time, the government has never considered the needs of villagers. There is no transport infrastructure. There's no land approval for building village houses. The government just drags its feet, and now life is very difficult for villagers. So that's why villagers don't believe the government is sincere in helping them resolve the problems. Rather, the government is trying to corner them. And then today, the secretary said that we should make that Saiwan village part of the country park, and when that's done, the government will help the villagers there, will help the villagers to improve the living environment. We will even help villagers to develop eco-tourism. With or without a country park, you should have done so long ago, Secretary. You wouldn't do it in the past, and now you said let it become part of the country park, and then I'll help you. How do you expect the villagers to believe in you? Or to believe you? Now, if the government had discussions with the villagers and you had provided the support facilities first and you had made clear whether there's any compensation, that is, you had dialogues with villagers before, there wouldn't be such fierce opposition from the villagers now. President, we understand the public want to preserve the natural environment. That's right. And there's nothing wrong about worrying that Talong Saiwan may be damaged. But then villagers want to protect their private properties. They want to have proper support facilities like piers, roads, or they just want to run small business like B&B business to make a living. It's also reasonable demand. Now, private land is incorporated into country park without compensation. It's like it's like declaring a private property as monument. How can you say that it doesn't affect the value of the property at all? No, it just doesn't make sense. Conservation, development, villagers' rights and interests, we could strike a proper balance. And incorporating land into country park is not the only way to preserve the environment. In other countries, they could both preserve the environment and at the same time develop green hotels or hostels. So these are low-density facilities that could blend into the natural environment. And it will provide job opportunities for local residents. At the same time, it could help indigenous residents to preserve their village culture. So there are many ways to achieve balanced conservation. That's why, as early as 2005, the DAB has asked the government to inject funds into a conservation fund. And from premium revenue, by transfer plot ratio, that could be a source of fund injection into the fund. The fund could help to provide training, and that will also be the funding source for resumption of land for the purpose of conservation. There could also be reasonable compensation to affected land owners, though this would be a win-win situation. In the UK, that's a successful example. That's the National Trust Conservation Fund that's been around for more than 100 years. It's very successful. This fund manages 250,000 hectares of ecologically important land, 600 kilometers of coastline, and so on. And there are also 200 buildings and farms that they preserve. And these all these spots are turned into tourism attraction, and the fund also recruits a large number of volunteers. There are now some 38,000 volunteers. Training is provided to the volunteers so they could help with the management of the conservation effort. So there are many successful examples overseas. Why wouldn't the Hong Kong administration consider such win-win approaches that could foster social harmony? Why must it steamroll its way through without discussion with villagers? Why would just resort to administrative measures to force this way through or force this decision on the villagers? Is it just because there are just a handful of villagers so you don't care about the views? Is it fair? Now, President, some bodies, some organizations said this to me. Now, why should you want to offend so many voters just because of 30 villages? I was really angry to hear that. These 30-odd households, are they not human beings? Is it because they are the minority so we don't have to care about them? As electoral member of the constituency, if I don't speak up for them, who would help them? Conservation shouldn't just be about conserving landscape and flora and fauna. What about the original way of life of indigenous residents? Should that be preserved as well? Yesterday, I had a discussion with Mr. Lam Xing at a radio program. Mr. Lam said that we should not oppose rural development or the development of country park, because development doesn't necessarily mean high rises or luxury properties. B&B development to help villagers make a living is also one way of development. For the conservation effort of Tai Long Sai Wan, it could have served as a good example. It could be proved that there could be a proper balance struck between conservation and development. And it would not have to rock the very cornerstone of protection of private property, where the rule of law is practiced longer. But the government takes the easy way out. They say just include the land into the country park. There's no need to talk to the stakeholders because it has enough votes. It won't introduce new ideas or new approaches. It wouldn't even consider a conservation fund. So how could we support the government in this? The way of life of villages and environment conservation ought not be pitched against each other. The government should be accommodating, understanding, should keep an open mind. There should be adequate communication with stakeholders. That's the way to conserve the government. But this time around, the government has handled matters so poorly. It's now pitching the urban population against the rural population. Now, the government is steamrolling through its legislative exercise. It tries to demonize villagers. Villagers are criticized as selfish. And Mr. Wu Chi-wai thought they just care about speculating on properties. But how would that help matters? It will only lead to more disputes. And it will be more difficult for us to conserve the environment in future. And everybody loses out. How can this be a good policy? So I would urge the administration, Green Group's members of this council and members of the public to think this through carefully. Thank you.
Mr. Gary Fan, Mr. President, there is this controversy about Tai Long Sai Wan. This is because all along the administration hasn't got a comprehensive planning for the rural area, and there was inadequate consultation. The administration would like to mend the fence after we have lost the sheep. So 3 years ago, Mr. Simon Low caused the unauthorized excavation of Sai Wan. He used the site for the development of his private luxurious home. And then it was exposed by the media, and then it started this incident. Simon Low was able to do this because for many years the administration hasn't got a good conservation policy for enclaves. As a result, many picturesque rural areas were affected by such unauthorized works. Together with the New Democrats, I would like to say that we agree to the incorporation of the enclaves into the country parks so that they will be subject to the protection of the country parks ordinance. You may want to find out whether I am in support of the government, and that's the only rationale. Of course not. The administration is now remedying the situation. The government has to do more. We must change the policy. I think the administration is looking after the country park and the countryside rather than the villages. In fact, we have got a village in Sai Wan. There should be sustainable farming to be promoted there, so that Sai Wan villages can, while not violating the country parks ordinance, develop the rural area, and we can be assured that without harming nature, we can also protect the livelihood of the villagers, whether indigenous or not. Mr. President, we have this back garden in Sai Kung, and it ranks first among the various attractions in Sai Kung, and it is the favor of many overseas and local hikers, and in fact, it ranked first in Hong Kong's best 10 scenic sites. So the ecology and the tourism potentials are huge. But then all along in the new territories, we have got the so-called village development, village-type development. Usually it takes the form of exempted houses. We haven't got any cultural facilities. We haven't got any other things. So it seems then anti-exempted houses are the only form of development. To answer Ms. Elizabeth Kwok's accusation, we are not against the villages. We are against the monotonous mode of development in the form of small houses. I hope we can grab this opportunity and try to change the tradition of developing small houses in the rural area. Instead, we should revitalize the countryside. We should have something which is sustainable. Otherwise, people will think that either you have small houses or you have the land zoned to country park, so that they perceive it as a zero-sum game. And therefore, there is this confrontation between the urban and the rural dwellers, a conflict between the villages and the conservationists. I think the government has a role to play. For Tai Lung Sai Wan, it is a precious asset. It is a place that we should conserve. Just now, Vincent Fang from the Liberal Party told us that in the community there was this one-sided objection to the incorporation of Sai Wan into the country park. I don't think that's the truth. He said that even Sai Kung District Council is against the incorporation of Sai Wan. I'm a member of the Sai Kung District Council, and for years I've taken part in the discussion. Of course, not all members are in support of taking it out. In fact, we need to be very cautious about the matter. Therefore, the New Democrats are of the view that the administration must consider many different issues. There should be, say, for example, compensation. There should be more concern shown to the villagers, help them to farm the land, help them to set up a grocery store. And in fact, there was this suggestion to set up a conservation fund so that we can use public money to acquire dozens of private sites which are of high conservation value. In year 2010, I have already moved a similar motion. Unfortunately, the psychology of rural against urban, villages against conservationists, caused this outcome. Now, the DAB also supported the setting up of a conservation fund, and Ms. Elizabeth Kwok does belong to DAB. My motion was defeated in the Sai Kung District Council. I hope we have consensus across the political spectrum, so that either at a panel meeting or at a sitting, we can once again move a motion to urge the administration to set up a conservation fund so as to protect a dozen of private sites which are of high conservation value. We suggest that perhaps the administration should allow the villagers to have bed and breakfast being provided as a form of tourism in Sai Wan. This is quite common in overseas countries. How come that we don't have it? How come that we haven't got a policy to accommodate it so the villagers can be trained to become tourist guides so that we can have conservation while at the same time we can protect the livelihood of the villagers? And the past year we said that the individual visitors scheme meant that our tourism lacks diversity. By having ecotourism, I think with the help of the government, it can be promoted and it can be developed. So I think the government should consider it and the government should do it. In fact, Mr. President, in many Asian places, they have got rich experience in the development of ecotourism. We can learn from the experience. So if a year ago you watch a Taiwanese movie, then you would know that in many places they still have indigenous tribes, one in Sinjuk, and then since they were in a remote place, and so there were only 13 households left because of the poor accessibility, and they were described as the black tribe because they were very backward in all aspects. Later on, the villagers found that they had a scenic attraction, and the Taiwanese government helped the villagers to build a road linking them with the external with the rest of the society. They have also put in pavilions, etc., all made of wood. They would not have any concrete, any bricks to support their structures. As a result, they are able to keep the original flavor of their tribe. They are also working as part-time tourist guides, and then they will tell the visitors as to their relationship with the rest of the environment. They are the hunters. They are also having a textile industry, and they have a restaurant that can serve 1,000 people. As a result, this tribe has their livelihood hugely improved, and the villagers were very glad about the development. Mr. President, for this mode of development, I think it is worth the consideration of the SARG, so that many villages in Hong Kong won't dwindle, won't wither, and won't left to idle. They can still be incorporated into the country parks. Of course, the prerequisite is that the enclave in Saiwan should be incorporated into the country park to ensure that future developments will be safeguarded under the country parks ordinance, so that we won't repeat the incident concerning Simon Low 3 years ago. On behalf of the New Democrats, I speak against the resolution moved by Mr. Lau Wong-fat, and I urge for the early incorporation of the enclaves into the country parks. And once again, let me urge the administration to listen to the views of the villagers reflected by us, as well as the concrete suggestions that we have made. Thank you.
Mr. Alan Leong. Mr. President, in Hong Kong, we have a society that advocates consumption and spending. We have very scarce land resources. If we don't want to spend a great deal of money, but would like to bring the whole family to have an enjoyable and leisure afternoon, it's not easy. Apart from country parks, where can we enjoy ourselves without having to spend too much and without having regard to our social status or class? We may just travel for 1 to 2 hours, and then we can find a place to enjoy our family life. Where can we find this, apart from country parks? In fact, country parks have long become an essential part of our life. Country parks conservation can be traced back to the 1970s. In 1977, we got the first country park. And then in 2004, we had a new conservation policy. The objective is to use a sustainable approach to manage and conserve Hong Kong's natural resources and maintain biodiversity. Talking about conservation of country parks, we should not just talk about ecology or ecological value. we're not disregarding the livelihood of the villagers. In recent years, country parks have become very hot and popular scenic spots for mainland visitors and overseas visitors. We have 13 million visitors per year to our country parks. By way of sustainable approaches, we have developed ecotourism and all sorts of services. Therefore, we can have green and sustainable business opportunities. Mr. President, in July 2010, the media disclosed that Mr. Simon Lau built a luxury villa in Taiwan. The vegetation was eroded, polluting the streams nearby and occupying 20,000 square feet of government land. The whole city was angry. The government included Taiwan into the DPA, and then in the 2010 policy address, the government announced that it would expedite its management of the land in the vicinity of country parks, and management would be enhanced. Tai Long Sai Wan was supported by a number of NGOs. It was elected by these NGOs as one of the top 10 scenic spots of Hong Kong. So, to include the enclave into the country park is in compliance with public opinion and policy. In August 2012, in a special meeting of the Country and Marine Parks Committee meeting, it was decided that Tai Long Sai Wan be included in the East Country Clearwater Bay Country Park. Apart from 9 opposition views, over 3,200 submissions were received in support of including the Tai Long Sai Wan enclave into the country park. So public opinion is very clear. Today, Mr. Lau Wong-fat is moving an amendment to oppose the inclusion of Tai Long Sai Wan into the country park. The reason is that the private lots in Tai Long Sai Wan would be restricted in development. The land value may be reduced even down to zero. The second reason given is that villagers' livelihood has to be considered together with facilities. Outside this building, we got demonstrations and overnight demonstrations. However, this Tai Long Sai Wan issue may not be in conflict with the interest of the villagers. New Territories East Country Parks, an area of 16.55 hectares. Only 24% are private lots, including agricultural lots and dispersed village huts, and the remaining 76% of all along being government land. According to Section 10 of the Country Parks Ordinance, even if the government has gazetted this order, villagers can still, without prior application, continue with their agricultural, fisheries, and vegetation uses. So, the continuous farming activities of the villagers are not affected, and repair, modification, building works, or normal maintenance works like updating of pipes and cables will not be affected. So the essential infrastructure and facilities of the villages will not be affected. As for other works projects, they can apply to the Director of Agriculture, Fisheries and Conservation, so long as they satisfy the conditions of the land lease. As for private lots, after they're included in the country park, can small houses be built? The Country and Marine Parks Board and the AFCD published last year a set of notes to explain the land use of enclaves being included in country parks. Therein is clarified that the land it's not true that the land in country parks cannot be used for the building of small houses. In that document, it said that the private lots in Taiwan are mainly old agricultural land or building lots. Whether or not the enclave is included in the country park, the relevant conditions will remain limited in relation to development. So, the directors of the view that small houses can match the environment of country parks. Of course, when the Director of Lands receives an application, he will consult the Director of Agriculture, Fisheries and Conservation, who will then examine whether or not the application will affect the enjoyable value of the country parks, as well as agriculture and fisheries. If the small house application is not against conservation, preservation of natural resources and biodiversity, there is still a hope that the application can be granted. In actual fact, after the implementation of the Country Parks Ordinance, the administration received 2 applications in relation to the building of small houses in private lots in a country park. Both applications were approved. After the inclusion of Tai Long Saiwan into the country park, the allegation that the land value will be reduced to 0 is really exaggerating. Besides, the government has promised that if Saiwan is included in the country park, it will start to improve the management of the area, the ancillary facilities, and place resources to improve ecological environment and leisure facilities. And to enhance its beauty, it will seek collaboration with the villages to improve the environment. So, Mr. President, all these examples point to a fact, that is, indigenous villagers can, together with the government, manage something like national parks. And throughout the whole world, there's no lack of successful examples. And just now, colleagues mentioned the national park in Canada, another national park in Australia. They are very successful examples. These 2 examples, of course, are successful because the government and the indigenous residents had a very good foundation of collaboration, and the government had to show its will and determination, such that indigenous residents will understand that co-management of country parks for the sake of protecting natural resources and country parks may not necessarily be a zero-sum game. That is, conservation may not lead to losses. If I don't want to lose out, you cannot make it a country park. That's not the case. Rather, from the Canadian and Australian examples that we cited, before collaboration starts, the location of the national parks were not so well managed as when they're included into the national parks. And by co-management, the indigenous residents will be able to make more effective use of the natural resources so as to improve the living environment and enhance their livelihood. Therefore, today, for Mr. Lau Wong-fat's motion, the Civic Party finds it difficult to support him. Therefore, because of the reasons I just stated, the Civic Party will oppose Mr. Lau Wong-fat's amendment. Thank you.
Mr. James Tan. President. I don't think it has to do with me, President. President, colleagues, my apologies. So it has to do with me. The microphone has been fixed now. Now, these days, all around the world, when the population keeps growing, we have more and more people. People need food, they need accommodation, so we need more and more space. Then, on the other hand, land that we ought to conserve is shrinking. So that's some issue that all countries face. For example, in Canada, America, or Australia, they have national parks. There's no way they couldn't afford to expand the country parks. Of course, they have not reduced the size of country parks because of urban development. So they're not taking a building on country parks. In Hong Kong, we give the impression that the business sector cares only about development. Like the Northeast and New Territories development, the Liberal Party supports it. As for reclamation, we look at it from the environmental protection angle. We are against further reclamation. Government has come forward with a number of options to provide land supply. Liberal Party is against reclamation. Cave-ins, yes, they could try to find cave-ins. But then we're also saying that for land in the country park, you gotta say that because the country park is near to urban, to the population, so you could auction the site, say in Sai Kung or Lantau Island, and the government could make a lot of money. No, we don't support that. Now, today we are talking about Tuen Oak, Kam Shan, and Tai Long Sai Wan. Here, these are actually the green belts or the enclave. I don't think Hong Kong people know what enclave means, actually. It's not brownfield sites, definitely not housing sites. So what do? Well, we find there's contradiction in the government's policy. On the one hand, the chief executive tries to look for land everywhere because there's not enough land for public housing, HOS, and then in the private sector, we say there are not enough hotels. People complain about high office rent, and we don't have enough shopping malls. So we're all looking for land. And here we are talking about over we have 1,355 hectares of enclaves. These are to be incorporated into country parks. If that's the case, that means the government doesn't have much land available apart from the brownfield sites. So where do we find land? We can't do reclamation. Man-made island, I've never heard something so creative. So if you build an island in the middle of the sea, what is it supposed to be for? Office use, shopping mall, what? Now here, we're talking about a lot of village land. Can the government not resume the land, pay a premium, or someone could pay a premium, and then the land could be handed over to private developers? But in this case, the site is near Tai Long Sai Wan. Now, I have no farmland in the New Territories. I don't need to declare interest, but maybe the interest I need to declare is that I love Tai Long Sai Wan. On Saturday, I always take my grandchildren there on my boat. So I want to preserve the Tai Long Sai Wan, but looking at the map, I don't see how there could be any concern that the site may be seized by a developer for a large-scale development. Because if you walk, it takes you an hour or two. Even with yachts, you can't really get too close. And so this is a huge site, and in the middle there's a small plot of land. The government wants to incorporate that into country park. I think it's not necessary to go this far. Now, the 70% or 76% of land, you could incorporate that into country park. But why do you want to incorporate the 24% of private land as well into country park? Because this private land is surrounded by the country park. If the government doesn't build a road, there's nothing they can do. At most, they may just build a few village houses. So there's very limited value for this land. But if you want to take the land back, the Hung would say, then you must pay compensation. The government saying, no, there's no need for compensation. But as the Chief Secretary, Mrs. Carrie Lam, said, we have to go through the legal process. What do we mean by that? That is, we don't need to. The previous legislation is to preserve the rights of indigenous villages. It also preserves the land. Now, today, you want to amend the land use through Let's Go. So this legislative procedure here would go back, would abolish the law in the past. They have these advertisements in newspaper. They talk about the opium war and so on. It's a long story. I don't bother to read it all. But anyway, they're saying that you're not respecting the law that was made in the past, and now you're changing the law. You may find that land is worth nothing, but they think it's a matter of principle. It's private property. You're taking private property away from the villages, but you're not paying any compensation. Now, in Hong Kong, we have the rule of law. For all private property rights, they ought to be protected. It doesn't matter whether the land is of value or use is a different matter. You can't say because the site is so far away, it's surrounded by country park and government land, it's not worth anything. So what's wrong? Why is there such a strong opposition? Because once you start this precedent, the government could always do this again in future with other land sites and without paying compensation. So we're not just trying to favor the Hung Yee Kuk. We're not saying that how much compensation should be paid. We don't even talk about how much compensation is to be paid. How much to be paid in compensation, whatever. I think the villagers could talk to the administration, but now the government is trying to seize the land through a legislative process. I think is unreasonable. From the green point of view, you can't really build much on this site. Of course, some time ago at Tai Long Sai Wan, Mr. Simon Low cleared the site to build something, but we all question what could be built there. Without a yacht, you can't get there. If you build luxury villa there, no friends would visit you because they have to hike all the way to visit you, or they have to come by boat. If you live there, is that really the plan to live there, really? But of course, the Liberal Party does not support that project, that is to spoil the land for a villa. But then, even without changing the law, the government has dealt with the case. They have no work permit, so they cannot clear the vegetation to build the house. The government stopped them quickly. So there is no need, therefore, to change the whole regulation just because of that incident. Now, we all talk about the rule of law. Dr. Lau Wong-fat cited Article 605 and 40 of the Basic Law. That is, we need to protect private property rights in accordance with law. The business sector attaches importance to that. I'm sure others do too. So these are the legitimate interests of property owners, and they have to be protected. We don't know whether this amendment order violates the Basic Law, because the Basic Law offers protection to private property rights. But then this amendment order would take away such rights from the landowners. Mr. Lau Wong-fat has moved this motion to repeal the amendment order. I think Pan-Democrat colleagues only care about the conservation. They don't care about private property rights. I find that strange. There are many barristers in the Civic Party. Barristers take the rule of law and the spirit of the contract most seriously. How come that the government gave a pledge and now the government's taking away the land without paying compensation? So I think the government should really talk this through with the rural villages. I think the rural population is just not concerned about this site. They are worried that this would be a precedent. And there are many other enclaves in the new territories, not just in Tai Long Sai Wan, maybe in Tai, Kuling, Shuttlecock. There may be other enclaves that could be incorporated this way too. The government said that there's government land involved. Of course, it's free to conserve the government land. But when it comes to private land, the government should respect private property rights. The government should talk to the rural population. Now, this is motion moved by Dr. Lau Wong-fat. Under the split vote system, probably his motion will not be passed, and that's why the government is not too worried. It's not sending out people to lobby members. But I think this would set a poor precedent, and there will be many more cases to follow. Would that not add to the instability in the community? Just an hour or so ago, the Chief Secretary talked about an important issue, the constitutional reform package. We want to strive for consensus. We need harmony. There need to be enough votes from the Democratic camp. But on the other hand, if the rural sector is not happy with the government, maybe it will only cause further discord in the community, and that may undermine governance. So these are my remarks, Mr. President. Even if the government has won this battle today, it must still deal with the issue properly. In this case, the government should talk to the Hangyu Court, which they shouldn't allow division. Thank you.
Mr. Michael Tian. Mr. President, for the Country Parks Designation Consolidation Amendment Order 2013, before I actually speak, I have to declare interest. In fact, I'm a consultant designate for the Hangyu Court. Now, for the government's proposal to incorporate the enclaves into the country parks, I'm caught in a dilemma. Many green groups and conservationists are criticizing the villagers for being selfish. They only look after their personal interests. To think that country parks belong to the entire population, they should be kept intact. The green groups have their justification. On the other hand, villagers are simply following the rules and laws. To think that it is their private land, suddenly and surprisingly, their own land is being incorporated into country parks. They can never develop their private land, and they're being accused of being selfish. They are angry. We can understand it. Villagers have a point in their reaction. So I think nobody is in the wrong. I tried to mediate. I tried to find out about the truth. But in fact, I found that it is a complicated issue, and I understand in what aspect there is a misunderstanding between the administration and the villagers. The dialogue is inadequate. Sometimes they try to write to each other, so they just communicate by correspondence. So it is only natural that the administration is being misunderstood. The former director of the observatory, Mr. Lam Chiu-ying, is of course a fan of country parks. He has said that if we try to consider finding land in the country parks to develop, then there must be some cancerous cells in the brain. He went to the enclaves to visit the grocery stores, to patronize the cafes, to have tofu. I don't think I've heard the Secretary for the Environment visiting the villages. I don't agree with Mr. Lam that if we should ever consider developing country parks, it means that we have cancerous cells in the brain. I don't think we should be such categorical. Do we want to leave the country parks intact to the last centimeter? Who created the country parks? Things must have changed as time passes. So does it really mean that they are sacrosanct and cannot be touched at all? When we are so crowded in a living environment, we haven't got sufficient land for housing, must we still adhere to the rules so rigidly? With the population growing, I think things of such a nature would likely to happen. For the statement to state that it is tantamount to having brain cancer to think of developing country parks, it is wrong. And I don't think we should have this kind of attitude. I think I tried to summarize the two major misunderstandings. First of all, villagers are worried that Dai Long Sai Wan will become a bad precedent. The remaining 51 enclaves will one day be forcefully incorporated into the country parks, and then the administration will refuse to use OZPs to govern the land use of enclaves. Once enclaves are included into country parks, development potential will be limited, so this is tantamount to depriving the villagers of their private property rights. The administration's explanation is different. At least half of the 51 enclaves will not be incorporated into country parks. Rather, they will be zoned like Bak Lap, So Lo, Pun, Hoi Ha. They won't be incorporated into country parks. It is known to everybody. The administration knows that the green groups won't let it off easily, and then it will become quite ironic. Things may go into the reverse mode. One day the administration has to secure the support of the Hon LAU to explain the matter to the green groups. So for each and every enclave, there must be an independent assessment. The villagers are also worried that once private land has been incorporated into country parks, they don't even have the right to build a small house on their own land. In fact, a very experienced lawyer told me that for you to apply to have a small house to be built in the country park, then you will certainly get a definitive no. On this matter, I went after the registration, and I got an answer which is quite different from his perception. So far, the administration has received 2 applications to build small houses in country parks. In year 2002, in Sai Kung East Country Parks at Wang Yi Chao, and then in 2004 at Xun Wan Country Park at Gai Gok Shu Lower Village. In both cases, approval was given. In fact, the administration has decided to have greenery around the small houses so that the environment will be more compatible with the surrounding country parks. Now, Mr. Wang Gamsing, the SCN, is looking in my direction. But I'm citing from your paper. It is said that even for Sai Wan to be incorporated into country park, for you will be as difficult or as easy to apply for a small house to be built, whether it is incorporated or not. So I think hard, and I eventually decide to agree to the incorporation of the enclaves into the country parks. The government may very well win this battle, but then for Hoi Ha, Bak Lap, So Lo, Pun, if you don't incorporate them into country parks, how are you going to win the confidence and faith of the green groups? And how can you assure them that the nature will be conserved? I don't think the government can try to do this again. I think in future, communication should be better. Personally, I went through this process. It seems that my left hand and my right hand are having a fight, and it seems that the left hand and the right hand are not telling the same truth. So I speak. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Chen Hak-kan. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, development and conservation have all along been a difficult choice. In Hong Kong, 70% of our land is rural land, among which 40% are statutory country parks and special places. On the one hand, the government is trying to make use of the country parks to build housing units. At the same time, the Environment Bureau wants to include the Sai Wan enclave into the country park. So even the government itself is in a dilemma. Just now, our colleagues mentioned that for Sai Wan villages, they have gains and loss between development and conservation. Now let's look at an incident in 1961 that happened in New York. Again, is an issue of development and conservation. Back then, in New York, there's a Penn Station building. The owner would like to develop the lot, so he demolished the building. However, New York citizens would like to have conservation. Facing huge media pressure, the government set up a landmark conservation committee. At first, the committee selected 700 landmarks that are worthy of preservation. But now, over half a century have passed. How many preserved landmarks are there? 20,000 of them. So there are comments that the earlier number chosen by the committee was more reasonable. As the number of landmarks grew, the so-called preserved landmarks are actually becoming excessive, standing in the way of the normal development of a city. Mr. Deputy, I cite this example to illustrate that if we do not have any regulatory regime for precious landmarks, they may be damaged. However, if we excessively protect them and excessively regulate them, we may be bogged down with a zero-effort bureaucratic regime, and then the regime may be disturbing the public rather than benefiting them. In the past 10 years, the conservation work of New York has shifted from one extreme to another. I don't want to see a similar situation in Hong Kong. Now look at this Saiwan village incident and controversy. Before, the government has not reached any consensus on including the enclave into the country park. A huge conflict has already been created between those who are in the conservation sector and the villagers. There's no formal consultation with the villagers. The communication between the government and the villagers is not good enough. Therefore, the villagers are of the view that in future, when their village is included in the country park, their property titles and development titles will be hugely affected. I'd like to know whether or not the government has considered alternatives, that is, other than including the enclave in the country park, to balance development and conservation. Well, from a stricter point of view, nobody should live in a country park. And where somebody is living, that lot should not be zoned as country park. This is a very basic logic. That's why, at the beginning, enclaves were not included in country parks. Now the administration would like to overturn its previous pledge that enclaves will not be included in country parks. So the villagers do have a reasonable suspicion. We attach importance to development. Whether or not developments are lawful is important. If the villagers observe all the procedures in lodging applications, there's no reason why they should not be allowed to do development. Otherwise, the government has to give them a reasonable explanation as to why development should be prohibited. If you say that you're going to include all enclaves into the country parks as a reason, then there's a logic problem. The residents have been observing rules and regulations for so long, and now you are changing the rules and regulations whereby exploiting their rights and titles. That's not reasonable. In Hong Kong, private property rights are one of our core values and are protected by the Basic Law. It is not necessary for the government to spark this controversy. To do conservation, there are a lot of methods. You don't need to adopt a broad brush approach. Many of our colleagues have made suggestions that are agreed upon by the villagers, that is, by way of OZP. We can have a comprehensive planning for the whole of Hong Kong with district-level consultation and enactment by the Town Planning Board. We have many experts in urban conservation and rural conservation. They can offer you valuable advice. Then we can do conservation and at the same time have development. That is a flexible approach. And we can even have breakdowns to specify which areas can be developed and which areas should be conserved without affecting the rights of the villagers. Mr. Deputy, the second possible approach is, with the consent of both the public and the government, we can follow the previous precedents of having OZPs. And thirdly, the National Trust in UK, as cited by Dr. Elizabeth Quat, could also be adopted. With the support of the government, that fund was established, owning big and small conservation projects in the UK. It operated effectively. Now, it is the charity with the most resources and the most properties. And before the CE ran for election, he said that he's willing to model on the National Trust of the UK so as to balance development and conservation in Hong Kong. Of course, I cannot see in this Taiwan incident that he has been adopting such an approach. We still have a lot of enclaves that have to be handled in future. I hope that the government can seriously consider the three approaches that I just mentioned. And finally, Mr. Deputy, I'd like to say a word about which land lots are suitable for development and which for conservation. We should have independent professional assessment. Be it ecological reasons or human elements, we have to consider them. We should not allow one side to overshadow the other. All along, the conservation work of Hong Kong has been lagging behind other advanced cities. It's now time for us to pick up. New York is a good example for us to learn from. We must not repeat the mistakes of New York. So I support Mr. Lau Wong-fat's amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Leung Kwok Hong. Well, time is changing. For once, the loyalist camp opposes a government motion. I thought I've walked into the wrong chamber. I was really touched to hear what Dr. Elizabeth Quat said, but why didn't she raise the point earlier? Now, Mr. Gary Chen's speech also touched me. As if there's some major strategy involved here. Now, Wong Kam Sing, I think you have to tell us in reply when that was said, when they approached you, and when Mr. Simon Low was building there, when there was a public outcry in the community. Did anyone ever raise this point that no, that he couldn't keep excavating and he used heavy machinery as well? No. If we don't look at it from that angle, we don't see the ridicule of this case. But there is the problem of enclave staying on. And because there's a gray area, somebody started excavation to build a luxury villa. That's how this all came about. Otherwise, there was not a problem. Of course, Mr. Wong Kam Sing, you weren't the secretary 3 years ago. Okay, they started excavation, and there was a public outcry in the community, and then the government announced they would deal with the issue. So, are you going to deal with it, or is the Development Bureau going to deal with it? Because the permanent secretary for development is the ex officio chairman of the town planning board. That means he could decide the agenda, he could decide to do this or not to do that. Now, if that's a problem with town planning, of course, it's squarely the duty of the Development Bureau. And who heads the Development Bureau, of course, is who headed the Development Bureau? It was Carrie Lam. During her term, she knew about this problem. It was 3 years ago. And what did Carrie Lam do? She was supposed to be efficient, but she did nothing. Those villagers are still complaining, so obviously hasn't done anything. Villagers say that no one cares about them. Now, if the Development Bureau believes there is a problem with town planning, has the Bureau ever talked to you? Or has the Development Bureau ever talked to the Secretary for Home Affairs? Because District Council is under the jurisdiction of the Secretary for Home Affairs. So the position of the Sai Kung District Council, Gary Fenn said that he tried to do something, but his ideas were vetoed. Now there are 3 policy bureau involved. A free policy bureau could have done something, but unfortunately, for these 3 policy bureau, they wouldn't move. It's like unless they need to excrete, they wouldn't dig a hole. I'm afraid I have to put it so rudely. Well, I think the villagers' demands are reasonable. Because this is how incompetent the government is. How can we have confidence? Now, when they first set up Country Park, the government undertook they wouldn't seize private land, but now they're doing that. So they went back on their previous pledge. Now, when they made the pledge, it was for public good, fine, even though now the pledge is gone. But the thing is, after you have taken over the land, would you pay compensation? Or would there be any other options for land exchange? No, there's no such option. You keep repeating that you can do this and that, even if your land is incorporated in a country park. The Chief Secretary for Administration, Carrie Lam, who was previously the Secretary for Development, if she made an open statement that for land rights in the enclave of Tai Lon Sai Wan, especially the rights and interests of the 20-odd villagers, would not be undermined by incorporating the enclave into the country park. Now, if that statement is made and then people have reasonable expectation, and then it's fine, because what you said before wouldn't amount to anything, so you have to say it again, but you wouldn't say it. You just said that I've said it before. So are you being sincere or not here? Mr. Wong, now you're here to face the brickbat. On the landfill issue, you were here to take the brickbat. Now here we talk about three policy bureau which have to do something. I would say at least for Carrie Lam, she was the Chief Secretary for Administration. Yes, this is a minor issue. Indeed, this is a minor issue if we talk about the number of persons affected, the area concerned. But then it sparks such a controversy. Even the government supporters are up against the government. So isn't that a crisis for the government? Or is it the case that the government has secured a vote so he doesn't care? I think it's strange. In the past, the government adopted that position. If they have enough support votes from the loyalist camp, they didn't care about the opposition camp. But this time round, the government's got enough support from the opposition camp, so they don't care about the loyalist camp. I find that quite a joke. Now, let's say I supported Choyun villages for village exchange. So there's no way I can bring myself to tell the 20 villagers that, well, you have to put up with this. I'm caught in a difficult position now because I need to talk reasons. For the express rail link or for the Hong Kong Joy Macau Bridge, when you resume land, you paid compensation. How can you say that because there's a grey area in previous policy? It's because someone built a luxury villa there. It caused a public outcry, so you had no choice but to take action. And then you say sorry to the villagers. You will have to suffer loss. I don't know if they've actually suffered loss. I don't have the time to visit those places for leisure. But anyway, the villagers have raised this question. It doesn't make sense that the government wouldn't answer the question. For this whole case, how come it's come down this way? I don't think it's just a problem of the government. Perhaps the villagers are responsible as well. I think there was a tycoon. Was he a tycoon, this Low guy? I think he's a tycoon anyway. He was building right next to you, and you connived the act. You did not raise objection. Then you would lead Hong Kong people to think that this Mr. Low development there is supported by the villagers. If you think it's important to preserve your original way of life, it doesn't make sense that there's someone who is doing something next door to you that would threaten your way of life and you don't say anything. It doesn't make sense. So what I see as a problem here is, in our current policy, for the enclaves or country parks, we haven't reviewed the policy on what we should do with them. For every site, what should we do with them? We haven't reviewed it. I don't know. I don't follow what Gary Chen said about this fund or whatever. But I think there should be a transparent committee. It should not be the town planning board under the development bureau that takes the steer. If you want to get something done, you have to spell out all the criteria, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. You have to announce all the criteria. And it should be a non-governed body doing this. It doesn't matter if you appoint people or not. There should be an independent committee, like a licensing authority. We are against a tyranny by Leung Chun-ying. Now, if there's a transparent process in appointment and so on, then there could be a scoring system. Or you may say, well, now there are no criteria to go by. You can't say why you reject the applications. So why are we in this position now? It's because the government and for the indigenous villages, they believe their land interest could be turned into a business opportunity. That's how this all started. Now, for some villages, we allow them to do so. For others, we don't allow them to do so. Or where there are property developers involved, they're allowed to do it, but villagers are not allowed to do that. Of course, it will spark an outcry among villagers. You can't really blame the villagers. I don't know the villagers, but I see that villagers are complaining that I can't even start bed and breakfast business. I can't sell coffee or tea and whatever. Now, honestly, if people sell a cup of tea or coffee, I don't know how it would cause irreversible damage to Tai Long Saiwan. So what I'm trying to say here is this. I think that's the mockery of this council. If the lawless camp actually means it, I mean, they will really suffer. If you don't use filibustering, if you don't want to start over again, loyalist camp, they just make empty talk. They can say that you support the villagers, but after the vote, who cares about you? They can just pay lip service by voting for you. So there's no way this council could monitor the government. Because the government doesn't have to take responsibility. It just needs to secure enough votes. It doesn't matter the votes come from the red camp, orange camp, whatever. As long as they have enough votes, they don't care. So I think it will be the same case when we deal with the landfill issue in future. So my personal view is this. If we want to stop the government, there must be enough votes. And ask Wong Compton go back and review their approach. Only then could we come to proper solution. I don't know how I'm going to vote on this. I find it regrettable because for many conservationists, they believe as long as we could conserve the environment, we could leave everything else to the government. But the problem here is the government is not doing anything. So, Mr. Wong Compton, you have to tell us in reply if we give you enough votes. Now, what the pro-establishment camp said, they suggested you to look at certain issues. Do you have enough teeth to convince your boss, C.Y. Leung? Can you tell your boss that you're being chastised in this council, you are not able to secure majority support? Or maybe you could have secured majority support, but still. Do you still ask Paul Chen, the Secretary for Development, to give a pledge on the Taiwan case or to try to sort things out of the residents? Now, if you want support, you have no shame. You just get votes from anybody. You don't care which camp it's from. So really, I think you have to answer this question. DAB and other members, other political groups and members who oppose you, have they ever talked to you about their position? They've been just spelling out their position. If not, this group, is not going to be established opposition. It's not going to last. I probably won't vote today. I can't vote today because I can't convince myself that the villages don't make sense. But I think villages have to take responsibility as well, because villages allow people to build there, and that's the kiss of death. Then people have reasons to doubt that you're trying to preserve your way of life. So we have to treat everybody equally. For Choyin villages, they get compensation, so villages here should get compensation as well. How come they're excluded from the arrangement? And are you living up to your pledge? I think you should call Paul Chen to come here to give an explanation and to make another statement. I think that would be appropriate. Thank you.
Mr. Albert Chan. Mr. Deputy, long hair likened the situation at Saiwan with the situation at Choi Yun village. But then I think I'll explain to him when I have time the difference in the nature of the two cases. Now, to support the government, to oppose Mr. Lau Wong-fat's motion, I think I am caught in a difficult position. The administration is resorting to unjust means to commit unjust acts in order to counter another unjust act. Mr. Lau cut many trees. He started some development on government land. And as a result, the administration needs to halt such behavior and has decided to make this declaration, so to speak. But then this declaration will give rise to unjust outcomes. There's a lack of procedural justice. Many people are not familiar with the country parks ordinance. They may not be too familiar with the town planning procedures, and as a result, many members support the inclusion of Talong Saiwan into the country park. Now, last week, I had a meeting with the secretary. I told him my position and I gave him my arguments. Now, I think you have to instruct your colleagues that they must not enforce the country parks ordinance within the village. Second, you must amend the country parks ordinance as soon as possible. So that the secretary or other designated officers can designate certain areas in a country park, village, and as a result, certain acts will not be regulated by the country parks ordinance. Now, concerning the acts of people, in this case, and the acts of people in general. Now, I want the Pan-Democrats to understand the unreasonable provisions which restrict people's rights. Now, do you know that if you want to have an astronomy meeting, you have to apply to the authority, you have to pay $520. If you want to hold a sports competition there again, you have to apply $520. And then if you want to raise funds or organize any activities, you have to get approval, you have to get a permit, and again $520. And then any commercial or business activities, again, a permit is required, $250 per every occasion. Display of posters, notices, advertising materials, again, a permit is required, $250 on each occasion. Playing remote control cars, that's totally prohibited. And then cycling, if you are not a villager, then that would be an offense. Now, say for example, say if I'm an indigenous villager, I live abroad, and then when I return to my village, or if I visit my relative in the village, and then if I cycle there, that would be an offense. And then under the influence of drugs, that's very serious in the country parks, all right? Now, if you are under the influence of drugs and you are in other parts of Hong Kong, no problem. But if you are in a country park, that would be a problem. And then if you are not a villager, say if you go there and stay for one night, and then you light a fire again, that would be an offense. So, the country parks ordinance imposes unreasonable restrictions on people living within a country park. So, can I ask the Pan-Democrats whether they support such control for people living in a country park? It's against the law to display a poster. But then I want to say that I cannot support Mr. Lau Wong-fat because Low Lin Sing really went too far. If he had not done so much to damage the ecology in our country parks, I would not, or I might not have supported the administration. I think Low Lin Sing has set a most undesirable precedent. And then let me say something about planning procedures. The planning started in 1991, over 2 decades ago. The administration wants to gradually designate areas as development permission areas, DPAs. And then DPA plans were drawn up. So the administration designates certain sites. Now, in the past 2 decades or so, the administration has completed this work about 80 to 90%. All right, DPA plans, and then OEZPs, and then in the OEZPs, village environs were drawn. And column 1 and column 2 specify the permitted uses. For example, residential, and then if a guest house is built, if a columbarium is to be built, then these come under column 2. In other words, application to the Town Planning Board is required. Now for Tai Long Sai Wan, in August 2010, the administration included Tai Long Sai Wan into the draft DPA plan. So in other words, permission has to be sought for various activities. Long Hair said that Carrie Lam didn't do her job. Now I want to say that before August 2010, Lo Lin Singh did a lot of things that damaged our country parks, and then in August 2010 there was the draft plan, and the area came under the town planning regime. But then once there is a DPA plan, the administration has to complete all the other planning processes within 3 years. Now in the past, the administration was able to do this. In other words, within 3 years, and village environs were designated. Now, I have worked at the district level for very long, and I've done a lot of research, and I have not seen one case, one exception, that is. But then the ordinance says that if the draft plan, in other words, the draft plan in August 2010, if you don't do anything, then if there is no extension sought after 3 years, then that draft plan automatically lapses. But that's not our understanding. At that time, there was approval by the CN Council. So that was an undertaking. So, Mr. Lau Wong-fat, if you seek a judicial review, you may not lose the case. Now, from 1991 to 2013, DPAs were drawn up, and then they would be substituted or replaced by OEZPs. This is our understanding of the town planning mechanism. This is our understanding of the requirements under the ordinance. All right, so the DPA plan, the draft DPA plan, lapsed after 3 years. And then the administration seeks to make use of a very harsh ordinance, the Country Parks Ordinance, to designate a village. So that was not the understanding we had in 1991 when we enacted the legislation. So if you look at the town planning procedures, you see that what is happening at Tai Long Sai Wan is an unreasonable and an unjust outcome. But then if we support Mr. Lau Wong-fat's motion, then we'll create another unjust and unreasonable outcome, and that is those who have money can have all the say. So in other words, neither scenario is just, neither scenario is reasonable. So Long Hair has got out of this chamber. That may be one of the ways to resolve this matter. The administration hasn't done its job well concerning land management. We shouldn't only blame the Environment Bureau. The Development Bureau and the Lands Department are to be blamed as well. But I really need to point out in fact, I've got a table, and you about the harsh and unreasonable provisions in the Country Parks Ordinance. And then concerning enclaves appearing on OEZPs. Now I want to explain that in 2010, Tai Long Sai Wan was an enclave. So you are now reversing the decision you made 3 years ago. So the administration is doing something and then is promising something and going back on its promise. Now I think we do expect the administration to follow procedures and principles. We do have or what you do, what you decide, create expectations on the part of the public. But I think you've distorted the town planning procedures and the spirit of the legislation. So the country parks ordinance is controlled by you, and then the chairman of the town planning board is the permanent secretary for development. All right, August 2010. Plus 3 years, and then when the plan was about to expire, you did not seek an extension of the period, and as a result, the plan automatically lapsed. And the conduct is simply ungentlemanly, and in fact, it's shameless conduct. So you can say, on the one hand, we have unscrupulous businessmen. On the other hand, we have a shameless government. But then it doesn't mean that the decision that we are making today is reasonable and just. Whether this motion is passed or not, I want to say this is a very ugly incident. We can see that grave mistakes in terms of town planning have been made. Mr. Abraham Shack knows very well that I have been following town planning issues for over 2 decades. And I think today's case is procedurally and policy-wise the ugliest in terms of the town planning regime. I think we've all learned a lesson. Yes, I think we need to see what can be done to improve upon the procedures. But Secretary, concerning the Country Parks Ordinance, concerning the management and regulation of villages, try to propose some reasonable amendments to the ordinance so that for villagers living inside country parks, they will no longer be subject to restrictions which violate their rights.
Mr. Abraham Shack. Well, after hearing Mr. Albert Chen, I see that today his speech is one of a quality legislator. Well, over 10 minutes of his time was words from his heart. Yes, the administration is shameless, and he's right in his reprimand against you, Secretary. He told you what is justice and what are the rights of people of new territories and everyone in Hong Kong. A lot of people love this play of natural beauty. Where is it? What one? Oh, Taiwan. And land is to be designated. Well, if you want King Yin Lei, then why would you make compensation in the Hotong Mansion at the peak? You make compensations. How come when it comes to NT people, villagers, then you don't offer compensation? You don't treat them as human beings? Well, Article 40 of the Basic Law gives them the right. Well, Ms. Sidho said for the first time that we should believe in the administration or the government. It's the first time I heard that. They say that the government will protect you. But according to Mr. Albert Chan, the Country Parks Ordinance cannot protect you. You want to take over the land, and they won't have the power anymore. Read the Country Parks Ordinance before replying to us. When you first spoke, you did not answer Mr. Lau Wong-fat's question about human rights and basic law. Ms. Sid Ho answered on behalf of you, but she wasn't clear. That's not what the basic law says. Well, she said the Country Parks Ordinance can protect them. But which is more important, the ordinance or the basic law? Read the basic law. None of the pieces of legislation is as powerful as Article 40. Mr. Wu Chi-wai mentioned small houses. It is also something enshrined in the basic law. Don't think that you're supported by pan-democrats, that you can be so bold as to come out to say that you are going to do it. It's executive-led. One day you will need our help. Today you're not talking about justice, and so we won't support you. We'll support Mr. Lau Wong-fat. Mr. Chan told you off, but instead of telling off Mr. Lau Wong-fat, you act more and more like the loyalists. No wonder the opposition now today supports the administration. A lot of Westerners have written emails to me, and I will give my views.
Dignity of the legislature and the executive-legislative relationship are set today to the lowest level as the government's proposals to incorporate Dialog Saiwan into the Saigon East Country Park will be passed with the backing of the Honourable Democratic Party colleagues. This is ironic, really ironic. As on 13 October 2010, the amendment proposed by the former pan-democratic legislator, the Honourable Tanya Chen of the Civic Party, to repeal Country Park's Designation, Consolidation Amendment Order 2010. The Amendment Order of 2010 was agreed by the majority of LegCo on the grounds of upholding the dignity of the legislature and opposing executive hegemony, amongst other things. Sid Ho also talked about this, but she forgave you, and this she voted with you. It is even more ironic, sometimes life changes, that at that time, the Honourable, my colleague Lau Wong-fat, mover of today's resolution, opposed Tanya Chen's resolution, while the Democratic legislators supported it. Obviously, the shoe is now on the other foot. The administration has enough supporting votes from the Democratic parties to render the Honourable Lau Wong-fat's effort fertile in and off this chamber. The question is whether the LegCo has the power to repeal an order under the Country Park Ordinance, Cap 208. And the answer is very clear, Mr. Minister. No. Under Article 73 of the Basic Law, the Legislative Council is empowered to enact, amend, or repeal laws in accordance with legal procedure. Apparently, legislative powers belong solely to the LegCo. Separation of powers among the legislative, executive, and judiciary is an essential cornerstone of our one country, two systems. It is disappointing that the government has amendedly disregarded LegCo's constitutional role and the major principles of checks and balances and the separation of powers, particularly in the light of the fact that the legal advisor has confirmed legislative powers to repeal an order made under Section 14 of the CPO. Mr. Acting President, it is the truth. If the truth has not changed over the past 3 years, our honourable democratic colleagues should cast their votes in support of the Honourable Lau Wong-fat resolution in order to be consistent and uphold the rule of law as they have claimed to do so, as in the case of Wong Wai-kok, the Hong Kong television licensing issues. The honourable pan-democratic colleagues may argue that they support the government not because they agree with government's rejection of the legislative power to amend or repeal the amendment order, but because of the protection of the order can bring to the country parks. I have strong reservations about this explanation. It is being used to counter the government's assertion that legislature does not have the power to amend or repeal the amendment order. Does it consolidate the hegemony of the executive over the legislature, Mr. Minister? Probably you don't know about this because you're only in charge of the environment. You should consult the SJ. If truth and principles can be traded off, are they still truth and principles? Is this justice? Mr. President, our much cherished private property rights are also at stake. Dr. Honourable Lau Wong-fat and some deputations from rural committees have pointed out that in the 70s, when the then Hong Kong government started to designate country parks to avoid interfering with village life and to respect private property ownership, then they don't even have Article 40 of the present Basic Law. Then the government pledged that private land would not be included in country parks and that the country park boundaries would be kept at a certain distance, 300 feet from private land. And what are you doing now? You're completely overturning this understanding. As such, the administration's current proposal to incorporate the Saiwan village into Saigon East Country Park is a breach of its pledges and constitutes a confiscation of the private property. There is an argument that Dr. Honourable Lau Wong-fat and the village's representatives only from Hon LAU and the other areas, and that of the indigenous people of New Territories whose interests are at odds with the larger public interest. They didn't ask for it. The Basic Law gave it to them. But this argument is lame, as I just said. Article 105 of the Basic Law stipulates that the Hong Kong Special Administration Region shall, in accordance with the law, protect the rights of individuals and legal persons to the acquisition, use, disposal and inheritance of property, and the right to compensation for lawful deprivation of their property. That's why you don't have the means to move the Hodong Daizang, but you're moving those people who do not have this clout. In other words, every single person's private property rights must be protected and respected, regardless of whether a person belongs to the majority or not. Furthermore, compared with the 11 papers reviewed by the Hon LAU earlier in supporting of their claim, the executive order was a summary decision in the absence of comprehensive communication and consultations with the affected villages about the abrupt changes. If the administration itself make head or tail of what exactly the policy of enclaves is, how could it convince the indigenous people? Maybe the law doesn't bar the government from carrying out its good intention, but such a good act is by no means people-oriented, and once again raises the spectre of executive hegemony. Mr. Acting President, I am very concerned about the indiscriminate use of the negative vetting procedure, as in the case of the stamp duty, which they applied before we actually passed the law. This is not a good thing that happened to LegCo recently. In fact, I reiterate on many occasions that the negative vetting procedure is ill-advised because it is tantamount to creating fait accompli, which could bring about irreversible consequences, given that under this procedure, a piece of legislation immediately comes into effect once gazetted and continue to operate unless a resolution to amend it is passed and gazetted. From the milk powder saga to the 3Ds, SSD, BSD, and DSD, to the country parks Designation Consolidation Amendment Order, we are currently debating. The administration has opted the executive orders to invoke the negative vetting procedure in order to press ahead with controversial and sensitive proposals. No wonder every issue that this government tried to move to LegCo has become an issue of governance. Should we not be concerned that the administration repeated use of this procedure make a hidden agenda to extend its political clout by having majority vote in this chamber? It is not lamentable that the government response is that members of the public could resort to litigation if they disagree with government decision. No. Court decision should be the last resort, and the government and the legislature should work out to iron out problems, not to create problems for the courts, as the former Chief Justice have actually talked about it. Mr. Acting President, the greatest threat to individual rights always comes from the government. Environment protection so important and noble a cause that even hamstringing the LegCo and discharging our core value of private property rights can be accepted in exchange? Mr. Secretary, you have children, you will have grandchildren. You better protect their rights as I am standing here to protect the rights of Hong Kong citizens, as Mr. Lau Wong-fat is now doing. This shows that the absolute height of contempt of justice, which you are now doing. I call on our honourable colleagues to cast their votes in to support Lau Wong-fat motion for the common sense and justice. Thank you.
Mr. Yip Kyun Yuen. Mr. Deputy, this subject that we are discussing many members have spoken on this subject. Mr. Wu Chi-wai has created a very good backdrop. Well, today's weather is good. How wonderful it will be if we can all go to Taiwan and have our meeting there. A few months ago, together with some colleagues here, we went to Taiwan to enjoy the sunshine and the beach. Mr. Charles Moore, you still remember very vividly the visit, and your face is shown here. I think Tai Long, Taiwan is important to our life. It's a beautiful beach. They call them 4 beaches and one special location by the name of Jim in Saigon. Hong Kong people liked these places, and expatriates living in Hong Kong love them too. And they are also attracting visitors from other countries. For example, Lord Mackie-Hall, who was the longest-serving governor, he went to this beach to swim, and he said that it was the most beautiful beach in Hong Kong. Well, it's in a remote area with very few people residing there. Very long ago, there was a small primary school operated by a church called Hoi Sing School. It's a very small, with only 30 or so students. The residents back then make a living from farming or from fishing, and then the residents moved to the urban area. And the number of students dwindled. At last, there were only 2 left. And as a result, in 1992, Hoi Sing School was closed down. So it was a very tranquil environment. So Saiwan is a place where you can find a lot of wildlife. And it's also a recreational ground for city dwellers like us. So it's a quiet and a tranquil place. But suddenly, in 2010, Mr. Simon Lau, a developer, carried out illegal excavation work in Saiwan. He wanted to build a garden for himself. So there was a wide public concern. The public would like to see enhanced protection for our country parks and also the enclaves. From 2010 in 2011, the government promised in the policy address that enclaves will be incorporated into country parks, and also through statutory planning process, proper users will be designated to take care of conservation and social development needs. Subsequently, in accordance with principles for country parks, the government submitted to this council the Country Parks Designation Consolidation Amendment Order 2013, so that the 3 enclaves in Saiwan, Kamsan, and Yuntun will be incorporated, and they will be managed subsequently by the AFCD. Among the 3, Saiwan has attracted a lot of controversy because the other 2 enclaves are owned by government. It's been said that the development potential of Saiwan will be deprived, and the government will be depriving the villagers of their property rights in disguise. And many people have many members here have rebutted the argument. In other words, the order will not take away anyone's property right. People can still have recourse to establish statutory principles and seek approval for development. So I myself and the organization that I represent, the PTU, agrees to the proposed government order. We believe this scenic sport should not be adversely affected by development. We have to incorporate the enclaves into the country park so that they will not be developed in a haphazard way which do not tie in with the environment. And I have to stress that I'm against development that would not tie in with the development, with the environment. If on one side you have beautiful beach, on the other you have a very ugly development, or a lot of lighting, is certainly not compatible. It would destroy the scenery in Saiwan. And the scenery is a public wealth that belongs to all people in Hong Kong. The enactment of the Country Parks Ordinance was for the purpose of designating country parks for recreation and leisure purposes for all the people in Hong Kong. There were enclaves because in the main these were used for villages and agriculture, and they could sit side by side, quite compatible. They were quite compatible with the country parks. So there were reasons for excluding them as enclaves. But now things are very different. There are developers who would like to seek personal gains or private and selfish gains and to exploit and develop enclaves, thereby seriously affecting the scenery of our country parks. And what they do is going against the objectives of designating country parks. So things are very different. We have to enact laws to take care of the current environment and situation. Therefore, I object to Mr. Lau Wong-fat's proposed amendment, and that is he wants to take away the incorporation by deleting section 3(2). I'm a teacher. I know many teachers would like to take their students to go to Taiwan because it's difficult, it's not accessible, it's better protected. The woodland and the river streams there have high ecological value. We can see protected tree species, endangered and rare species. And also Taiwan is not as affected by the light pollution. So apart from the natural beauty, students can also reflect upon the importance of conservation of our natural beauty. Let me share with you this photo that I have here. You see a group of secondary school teachers hiking to Taiwan with their teacher. They are very happy, just like what I felt when I was there, but I'm more reserved. I didn't jump up, but here they're all jumping up in joy. Because the natural environment makes everyone happy. Many liberal studies teachers and geography teachers take their students to this area. This is another photo. You see the bonfire, and then you see the light from stars. You can only see this when you are in a place with very little light pollution and with the right camera and the right speed of the shutter. You can take photos like this. If you camp there for a night, you see the environment, you take a picture like this. Are you going to be very excited about this? Of course. But if behind them you have high-rise buildings, and they will not see the light, they will not be able to take this picture. If we come to a different decision today, these students would lose this wealth, this treasure in nature, and we'll be failing them. We hope our next generation or we ourselves can continue to enjoy the tranquility and beauty of Taiwan. If the enclave is lost and the government cannot protect this sanctuary, then we will see other enclaves being affected. This is not in the interest of Hong Kong. This is not what Hong Kong people would like to see. And this is not a responsible way of dealing with this matter. Although I respect Mr. Lau Wong-fat a lot, I must oppose his amendment. I hope the government will act quickly to deal with the other remaining enclaves. There should be a timetable announced very soon. We hope our next generation, the next after the next, will continue to enjoy a very beautiful environment, including what we have found in Saigon, our back garden.
Mr. Wong Yuk-man. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, now concerning the inclusion of Saiwan Kam Shan into country parks, now Mr. Lau Wong-fat is moving an amendment against this proposal. Now my office has received a lot of emails asking me to vote against Mr. Lau's motion. 3 years ago, Mr. Simon Lau, the chairman of a listed company, secretly used $16 million to purchase a site in a country park, and then an artificial beach was built, and a lot of trees were felled, and the landscape and the ecology were greatly damaged. Now, during the British Hong Kong administration, some land was designated enclaves, and such enclaves were not subject to protection. And as a result, people like Simon Lau could do what he did. Now, Hung Yee-kok is now accusing the administration of not honoring its promise. Now, the enclave means that land near country parks or land surrounded by a country park would not be regarded as part of a country park. And the enclaves may include government land as well as private land. And small houses cannot be built without prior approval. There are 77 enclaves. And these enclaves, in fact, are closely related to country parks. And in fact, they are really part of the country park area. So at that time, many activists, conservationists, green groups said that there was a need to protect Tai Long Sai Wan. There was a need to protect the natural ecology and the landscape. And as a result, many protested against Mr. Simon Lau's works. At the time, property prices were high, and in fact, the middle class and professionals were also complaining to Donald Tsang, the CE, that they were unable to own their own homes. And as a result, Simon Lau's works alarmed everybody, and also stirred up anger against the background of a widening wealth gap. And as a result, the government within a month included Tai Long Sai Wan into a DPA plan, and the town planning board sold the land unspecified use, and it was said that there must not be any development within 3 years, and so on and so forth. Now, according to the AFCD, Tai Long Sai Wan is an area of biodiversity. It's not, but then there aren't too many rare species, and there is not a very big conservation value. But then Tai Long Sai Wan has been chosen Hong Kong's best 10 scenic sites, and in fact it tops the list. And in fact, this is a place of very beautiful scenery, and in fact this area cannot be severed from the marine park. People go there for hiking, for camping, and in early September, the Secretary for Development said in his blog that he queried whether it was really not feasible to have developments in country parks, and so he was hinting that country park sites could be used for development, and as a result, the former head of the Hong Kong Observatory was outraged. Country parks are the assets of all Hong Kong people. They go there in their leisure time to enjoy the natural environment. And in fact, a commentator, Chen Wen, said that country parks are in fact the feng shui forest of Hong Kong people as a whole. So protecting the country parks is tantamount to protecting our ecological reserve. Now, in fact, there are wealthy people who want to develop land near country parks. Simon Low and also, in fact, Gordon Wu of Hopewell also said on a TV program that Hong Kong was a densely populated city, and yet there was 40 to 50% of the land for animals only, and at the same time there were so many people living in subdivided flats. So, now I really have to ask this question. In fact, there are many rich businessmen, billionaires who are hoarding large quantities of vacant flats. And last year there was a company which was able to get rates rebate up to $90 million. So, how is it that, why is it that Gordon Wu can build a number of flats and then leave them vacant, and yet we have hundreds and thousands of poor households living in the so-called cage houses or subdivided flats, and the rentals of these are also increasing? So, is it really foolish? You may say to say that why is it that at the same time we have so many vacant luxury flats in the mid-levels or in West Kowloon? Also, some people are saying that, oh, we have 40 to 50% of our land which is country parks, so, and yet there are so many people living in subdivided flats, so why not develop country parks? So these people sound reasonable, but in fact they are not. Gordon Wu said that those who oppose the development of country parks represents the minority, and what they say should not be regarded as the golden rule. I really hope that this can apply to other aspects. For example, we oppose the government and we are the minority, so is it that the government also feels that our views should not be heeded? We should proceed from the public interest. Our conviction is that we want to protect the natural landscape and conserve the natural environment in Hong Kong. In fact, there aren't too many such sites. I think this is represents an insistence in relation to a balanced life. Now, of course, we support the administration's proposal to include Kam Shan Tai, Long Sai Wan, and Yuen Dun into country parks. We hope that these wealthy businessmen will no longer have undesirable intentions with regard to country parks. I understand that many Tai Long Sai Wan villagers feel very angry. They're of the view that their private property rights have been infringed upon. They're of the view that the villages will become dilapidated, poor, inaccessible, and traditional traditional culture will disappear, and so on and so forth. But I think what is important is that the development rights of the landowners will be diminished, and as a result, the land value or the value of the land will become zero. Now we can see that in recent years, the rural forces have confronted the SAR government on clearance exercises, development projects initiated by the Development Bureau. Now, we understand that villagers or indigenous residents want to protect their own rights. But then, why was it that when Simon Low tried to build his luxury house, there was no objection from the villagers? Yes, I understand that as the head of the Hung Yi Kok, it is understandable that Mr. Lau Wong-fat has to do what he has to do. He has to move this motion. He has to defend rural interests. But before I became a LegCo member, I had known Mr. Lau Wong-fat. I've always respected him a lot, but I really cannot support his amendment. I am really caught in a very difficult position. In fact, I have told Mr. Lau Wong-fat that my position is very clear. But of course, I do understand that the new territories Hung Kok, under the leadership of Mr. Lau Wong-fat, has to insist. A couple of days ago, Mr. Lau Wong-fat led over 100 villagers to worship their heroic ancestors. They protested against the government's action. And then the Hung Kok, as well as 27 rural committees under it, took out an advertisement in the newspapers yesterday, claiming that they were, in fact, forerunners of environmental protection. They strongly reprimanded the government, and they wanted members to support Mr. Lau Wong-fat's amendment. I think, in fact, I've read that advertisement in detail, Mr. Lau Wong-fat. I think we should. I think they should be asking the administration to withdraw that motion. And then the former head of the Hong Kong Observatory, Lam Chiu-ying, said that he had met with Tai Long Sai Wan villagers, and he said that including Tai Long Sai Wan in the country park would not affect the property rights of the villagers. So it was not deprivation of private property. And in the past, there were 2 applications for small house development within country park areas, and all 2 were approved. And so it really didn't mean that villagers could no longer build small houses. And the Friends of the Earth has also pointed out that there is misunderstanding on the part of the villagers. But I think government or the administration needs to clarify to the villagers what uses will be allowed, and whether the inclusion of Sai Wan into the country is tantamount to confiscation of private property. Now, Lam Chiu-ying and many green groups have suggested that there should be homestay lodging developed in country parks, but the villagers don't exactly know what activities will be permitted. Now, in Taiwan, they have done a lot to develop their local rural economy. So I think we should learn from the Taiwanese example. I think what Mr. Lam Chiu-ying and the green groups have just suggested should be supported, but then may be difficult to implement under this very strange and weird system in Hong Kong. It's understandable that the villagers will feel aggrieved if they feel that they are subject to restrictions imposed by the law. In NT Northeast, some non-indigenous villagers have been involved in farming for a long time, and the developers have been luring them into surrendering their land, and the government's compensation is not enough for removal and for continuing their livelihood. And on the other hand, indigenous villagers who have who own land and the right to build small houses, develop small houses and sell them. Yes, but the basic law states that the traditional rights of indigenous villagers need to be upheld. But I think following this exercise to include the villagers into country parks, further follow-up action needs to be taken. We understand that it's inevitable that there will be an outcry from the rural forces. So if today's motion is passed, I mean the administration's motion is passed, government or the administration will have to follow up by communicating with the villagers and trying to repair the ties. So with these remarks, I support the administration's motion.
Charles Mark. I've been hiking for 10 years. Tai Long Sai Wan is our annual destination, at least once a year, but we can't go there very often because it's a long way. We have to give ourselves more time. And for this last time, I went from Bắc Tham Ao to Lam Se Chim. That is one of the beautiful spots. And that is the first time I went to Lam Se Chim, to the peak. And I think it is a great challenge in life. I had the opportunity to went up there once. And I don't know what I'm going to do if I am to go again. And from Lam Se Chim to Lam Tin Wan is paradise. We rested and ate at the store next to the beach. We had loads of food. And they all of a sudden became Michelin 5-star cuisine. And even our dessert and soft drinks are so delicious that we finished all their stock. After Ham Tin Wan, we went through over a hill to Tai Long Sai Wan. It's been 6 hours because I was quite slow. And then we went to Sai Wan Pavilion. There were already about over 100 people waiting. It's a Sunday. We continued to walk till night falls. We walked for another hour or two before we took transportation to Sai Kung. Sai Wan is lovely because it's remote. Just over 3 years ago, Simon Low, a rich person, purchased land in Sai Wan. And it is situated in an enclave. These robber barons bought the land to show off. It's a trophy to them. And I heard that these rich and powerful go to the site by helicopter every week. Not like us, we have to walk. Were it not for the fact that a green group, I found out the excavation work of Simon Low, the 1 hectares of land and the government land, the vegetation covered land all become a ruin. Well, it was the 25th of July 2010. We found a bulldozer there, and I don't know how it got there. By helicopter, maybe. There was debris dumped into a nearby brook. I walked several hours with Tanya Chan to reach the site. And I get very worked up thinking about it. Look at it now. It was very beautiful. But look at what happened to it 3 years ago. This aroused public concern. The government came out to take some remedial measures. And about a month later, it was included in a DPA. But there won't be any development for 3 years. And it's only a temporary measure. It's been 3 years. Some reporters found that about 20,000 square feet of government land was still occupied illegally. This is a private paradise. Numerous laws have been broken, but because it is situated in an enclave, the administration could not take enforcement action. According to record, in December 2010, the Lands Department took out prosecutions against the illegal excavation, fined from $1,000 to $35,000 for this paradise of Simon Low. Because of the discharge, there was pollution in the nearby area, Taipang Wan. There was a fine of $3,000. And in the same year, 7 workers used bulldozers and transported the equipment via the country park. They were fined from $50 to $600. I heard that the paradise was purchased at a cost of $16 million. It covers an area of 10,000 square meters. If you use the $16 million plus the fines, that's the cost we have to pay for the destruction of our beautiful backyard. But for the rich and powerful, it's a bargain. They will destroy first and build later. It's a fait accompli, but it's a hefty price to be paid by Hong Kong people. Another wrong of the administration. The paradise has been going on for several years, but the administration was not in the know. It took reporters and green groups to find it and tell them, and then they conducted investigations and found that yes, that indeed was the case, and there were drainage system and also structures. But according to the government, there was no person involved found at the site, so they cannot confirm the case, and it was left at that. How can the Lands Department be so incompetent? We don't see anyone from the Lands Department here. I'm afraid the Secretary for Environment cannot answer for them. There are villages and legislators supporting Lau Wong-fat who will say that there is misunderstanding. It's only a diversion. They want to explain why they changed tack. That they don't support the government today at this time, and they don't support environmental protection. They put forward a lot of excuses that villagers' feelings will have to be taken into account, and that there was actually a misunderstanding. Well, it's not Sai Wang that it will be designated, and they only want to protect private land. Designating it will infringe on the property rights of individuals. You take the public for fools? Don't you think that they will know what it's all about? It's the balance between public interest versus private interest. Some villages sold the site in enclaves, and as a result, sites in country park end up like this, and we know full well who's right and who's wrong. The amendment order should not affect the reasonable rights of the villages. They still have the rights. When it comes to the use of private land, most of them are agricultural land, small houses, or abandoned agricultural land. The administration made it clear that they don't have any intention to change the property rights of villages. They can continue to farm the land or resume farming. They can make applications to build small houses, and there were precedents of approvals of small houses. What cannot happen anymore is another paradise like that of Simon Low. Well, if they want assistance from the administration to build reasonable public facilities, well, that is not related to today's amendment order. If they want piers, roads to be constructed, it's all down to reasonableness, to strike a balance between conservation and the needs of villagers. Well, you can't let the villagers call all the shots, and if the government refuses, then you say that the government is wrong. And today, some loyalist legislators will abandon their title and not support the government today. The villagers, instead that they want to set up some conservation fund, they ask for compensation, and they want an agreement to allow them to run hostels before they would agree to the amendment order. This is another diversion and a form of filibustering. They object to the destination order. Is it because they want to build more luxurious flats and villas? Well, some people talk about that circumventing the control of town planning, but this is not a town. Several days ago, there was a an advertisement taken out in the name of a group of Taiwan villages. On the 15th of November, in the morning, they close off their land. Well, we can't confirm whether that's private land, but they said that they only close off private land. Anyway, it disrupted the route of trail walkers. And luckily, trail walkers have to walk just 1 to 2 km. It's better that it's longer than shorter. And that is what the public fear most. That you just do it before you tell anyone, and then you apologize. It's just like the Paradise incident. There was not even a sorry. But this is not a case of infringing the rights of the handful of villages, and they're talking about trying to make a profit, and it infringes on public interest. We have to protect villages' rights and this piece of beautiful garden of Hong Kong and this beach. So I speak to support the Consolidation Amendment Order 2013, and I oppose to Mr. Lau's amendment.
Dr. Kenneth Chan. Thank you, President. First of all, I thank Mr. Lau Wong-fat for moving this amendment, because this gives different parties the opportunity to look at this issue from different perspectives. We have to look at Taiwan and other enclaves, and we have to discuss whether they should be incorporated into country park. And more than that, it's not as simple as that. This is also a debate on a conservation policy. In the past 8 to 10 years, we have had 2 or 3 debates, whether it's a non-binding, or 3 years ago when Mr. Simon Low destructed the environment in Taiwan. There was a debate in this council, and also there were other questions, written questions or oral questions raised in respect of enclaves. So the government is not just asked to deal with this particular Taiwan enclave and whether it should be incorporated, but we're talking about the vision, the planning process, and also whether or how we can protect the natural environment, to take care of the conservation needs, and also to respond to people's aspirations and ideals for our country parks. And when we incorporate enclaves, we have to look at the objective needs and also how to take care of villages' demands. We want to have a win-win situation for Hong Kong people, for the villages, and for our country parks. I think the Secretary for the Environment must respond to all these aspirations. Your opening speech is insufficient in that regard. You have not been able to respond to all these aspirations. You have 3 years to go, and you must tell us how you can achieve that in the coming 3 years, irrespective of whether we have a motion from Mr. Lau Wong-fat or not. This debate on the incorporation of Taiwan is just a starting point. It's just a sport in a long stretch of debates. Because we have been waiting for so long for a comprehensive policy on country park and their protection, and we haven't seen one. In the past weeks, you know that I've been involved in activities on environmental protections. I've been collaborating with organizations interested in the protection of country parks. So I'm sorry, Mr. Lau Wong-fat, I have to vote against your amendment, and I have to make myself clear. But I must also let you know why. I'm not just saying no for the sake of saying no. I will tell this to Mr. Lau Wong-fat. There's nothing about personal disagreement. But I think one must set out the rationale in a rational discussion. There are members who put this question to the government. Are you not taking away people's land? Are you not depriving them of their rights? Are you actually taking away the land or using the land without their permission? Well, it's a big issue if you take away people's property without their consent. But we know that the order would not result in any change in land rights. Those who own the land will continue to own the land. Those who have the right to build small houses will continue to enjoy the same rights. So what is being deprived? I just don't understand. Some people who object not just because of private property ownership, but the right to development. We mustn't confuse something that I own vis-a-vis the right to develop this piece of land that I own, or how I make use of whatever I own. But that's not something without boundaries, without limits. Everyone who owns some rights personally, of some rights of a private nature, are subject to restrictions. It's not that we can do whatever we like if it's our right. I see that there's a full-page advertisement because I am a student of politics and I'm familiar with political philosophy. And there was a quotation from John Locke, an English philosopher. The quotation is talking about that the law is for the purpose of promoting freedom, so that freedom can be exercised without constraint. But I think it's more important in the latter part of the quotation. That's a quotation from Second Treatise on Government by John Locke. Paragraph 57 in chapter 6. Freedom is not what we are told. And you can do whatever you like, anytime you want. This is not freedom. John Locke did not recognize freedom as such. There will be regulation by law so that person-to-person relationship will be such that you can exercise your rights and there is mutual respect and accommodation so that everyone's free will can be exercised. Of course, this quotation has prompted me to note Rousseau's famous comment that men are born free and everywhere they are in chains. It's not that I can do whatever I like. After I purchase a piece of land, Simon Lau built a palace for himself without regard to any constraint. So even if I own some property and I create nuisance to my neighbors, I will be regulated by law, and I have to respect that everyone is equal before the law. Everyone is subject to legal regulation. That is the spirit of civilization and the rule of law. So I hope members would pay attention to this argument. In this process, in this case, no one's property right have been taken away. People are saying that you should pay me money. That's something premature. Let's do it a step at a time. This doesn't mean that if I want to buy a piece of land and I want to build a house, I can do it. We should look at how the developed can tie in with the bigger picture, and that is environmental protection, the right of public enjoyment, and some members have suggested that agriculture in Taiwan should be revived. There should be hostels for tourists so that villagers can be involved in their local economy if they choose to return. That's the feeling I got. And it's been said that we should consider allowing hostels or homestay lodging. If we don't have a clear definition of development, that would mean giving people the freedom to destruct the environment. We should not give people the freedom to destruct, to degrade the environment. We don't want to see a repeat of what Mr. Simon Low did 3 years ago. The government doesn't acquire the land, and instead it asks the landowner to do the conservation. This is not against the basic law. But the private landowner, because of the incorporation of the land into country park, and then the government imposes a lot of requirements on the conservation, on the land's activity without compensation, then in a way you are freezing the development, and you ask the private landowner to take up the burden. That will not be reasonable. That may not be reasonable. So the government should consider this point. If you incorporate these enclaves without a reasonable support or subsidy given to them, so that the land can be developed in accordance with country park principles, then you are only doing half the job. You are just imposing a moratorium. After incorporation, public policy, public programs, and public initiatives can be implemented, and through public-private collaboration or by the utilization of certain fund, this can more measures can be implemented in Taiwan. This could be a chance to achieve a win-win situation for the three stakeholders concerned. People in Hong Kong love country parks. We want them to be protected, not damaged. So this is a piece of good news if we have that win-win situation. And that will also be a bright prospect for villagers. Instead of trying to fight against government initiatives, we have a better situation. We can avoid having a fight. I have collected some signature recently, 3,224 of them. I've given the signatures to Mr. Lau Wong-fat, and I've talked with people in the Heung Yi Kuk. I hope whatever the outcome of today's discussion and debate, we can still talk. And I hope you can talk to the villagers who are still there. Listen to them, learn from them about the difficulties they have, and also how they have been mistreated because they don't have a postal address. They are not able to receive notification from the REO, and therefore their eligibility to vote has been revoked. So they are regarded as second class, third class, or even fourth class Hong Kong citizens. So they are very unhappy and they are unsatisfied. The government should respond to that squarely. The DAB members previously, through Mr. Cheung Hock Ming, did something in or passed a motion on the 15th of June in 2005 on conservation policies. It urges the government to implement policies that give conservation first, and also instead of fragmented measures, there should be a focus problem. And the criticism was leveled at the piecemeal and fragmented approach in promoting natural conservation. And the motion asked the government to be more focused. And the motion was supported by many members from the Civic Party. So I hope the DAB members here will understand that in terms of broad principles, we are on the same side. We are urging the government to do more. We want the enclaves to be incorporated in country parks. That's the best way out. And the government should start with the enclave in Saiwan, and gradually it should develop a policy that would create a win-win situation for all the three parties.
Mr. Albert Ho. President, I remember that it was over 4 decades ago that I first went to Tai Long, Saiwan. And in fact, I was in secondary school at that time. I and my friends went there for a camp for 2 to 3 nights. That was 4 decades ago. But then I could still remember that in the night, the moonlight shone on the sand, on the beach. It was like a silver carpet under me. So it was full of serenity. And then we could hear the music of the waves. And on the beach, there were a lot of amphibians. In the morning, we saw crabs coming out from the holes on the beach. So some of my friends have recently been there, and they have told me that the environment hasn't changed too much, but there aren't too many crabs nowadays. Maybe that's because more and more people are going there. But then I want to say that Tai Long Saiwan is really a very precious asset of Hong Kong. If I'm a resident there, I would very much want the area to be conserved. And if I know that where I live is part of a country park, then I will feel assured that there will not be large-scale development. All right. I've said so much. But it's true that some private property rights are involved. And concerning land involving private property rights, if it is to be included into a country park for the sake of the enjoyment of the public, then I need to ask whether fundamental rights have been infringed upon and whether core values of Hong Kong have been jeopardized. I'm a lawyer. I am a human rights lawyer, and that's why I'm concerned about these rights. And I think I need to give my views concerning Mr. Abraham Sheck's arguments. As my colleagues have rightly pointed out, including a site in a country park is not equivalent to deprivation of private property rights. It's true that the inclusion of a certain area into a country park has to be done in accordance with certain powers stipulated in the ordinance. And so if there is to be any development in a country park, the proposal will be subject to rigorous vetting and monitoring. Now, village type development of small houses, these will require prior approval. And if you want to build a small house in a country park, you have to get the approval of the lands department. You have to satisfy certain conditions to make sure that there will not be adverse visual impact and that the landscape and aesthetic value of the place can be conserved. So in other words, the property rights have not been taken away from the landlords, but then the development rights are not the same. So it's obvious that there will be more restrictions. So we can see that development rights will be subject to greater restrictions. I think that's a fact. So the Country Parks Board will exercise its power to include Tai Long Sai Wan into the country park. And that would mean that the use of the land, the development of the land, will be subject to greater restrictions. Of course, the greater restrictions are necessary in order to achieve the objectives in the Country Parks Ordinance. But are the restrictions so great that they are tantamount to deprivation of private property? And are such restrictions so great that the land should be acquired or resumed, and the government has to pay compensation? Now, I've studied the relevant legislation. I've also talked to planners, and I'm of the view that this case is similar to, not the same, but similar to a rezoning exercise carried out by the Town Planning Board. Say, for example, if there is a commercial site or commercial residential site with a plot ratio of, say, 10, then if the Town Planning Board does a rezoning exercise, reducing the plot ratio to 5, or disallowing residential use or commercial use, then it's certain that after the rezoning, the value of the site will drop. Because the plot ratio has been reduced from 10 to 5, and the site will definitely lose some of its value. But under the town planning regime, no compensation will be payable for rezoning. Rezoning often occurs because of transport planning reasons, because of population increase. And so development restrictions are imposed from time to time in the process of urban development. because of rezoning, the development rights are affected, then on all these years no compensation has been payable. But of course, the Town Planning Board needs to publish the revised plan. Those affected can raise objections, and the Town Planning Board needs to consider these objections and hold public hearings. But if the Town Planning Board decides to, in the public interest, goes ahead with the rezoning, leading to a drop in the value of the land, there is no compensation payable. Similarly, in the NT, there are agricultural lots held under block crown lease. Previously, container yards were a permitted use, and so an application can be made to amend the block crown lease. So although these are agricultural lots, there is development potential. If the Town Planning Board, because of conservation considerations, turns some of these sites into green belts, again, no compensation is payable. And my understanding is that this is not a violation of the basic law. If that had amounted to a violation of the basic law, the landlords would have initiated judicial proceedings. So I don't agree with Mr. Abraham Shack that the provision in the basic law concerning acquisition of private land without compensation is violated. The ownership rights have not been taken away. But of course I know of some exceptions. Say, before rezoning, a development plan has already been approved and the development right has materialized, and you subsequently impose a height restriction, that's not allowed unless compensation is paid. Or say in the lease, if there is a clause that a certain plot ratio is allowed, but then the plot ratio is reduced, that would amount to a change in the contract terms. And of course, compensation needs to be paid. But Tai Long Sai Wan doesn't fall into these categories. So after very careful consideration, I have come to the view that this is not equivalent to acquisition of private property. It's true that when these areas become part of our country parks, there will be tighter restrictions. But I understand that the small house policy has the objective of encouraging the villagers to stay in the villages, to conserve the area. So including these areas into country parks can help achieve this objective. If you tell me no, we want large-scale development, we want to sell our rights to build small houses to big developers, then sorry, we won't connive at such an attitude. And in fact, such an attitude goes against the small house policy. Now, if the villagers want to continue to live there, if they want to build houses which can blend harmoniously with the surroundings, then the Lands Department should not impose unreasonable restrictions. In fact, in our country parks, there are small-scale developments, and they will not jeopardize the integrity and the scenery of our country parks. I understand that in the ordinance there is a compensation mechanism, though I'm not too familiar with it. Few members have talked about that compensation mechanism. Maybe it's not a user-friendly one. But I think society does treasure this very valuable asset. And so I support the order. And I am sure when the order is passed, villagers will be able to all the more live happily and peacefully in the area, because the area will be better conserved, and conservation doesn't mean that no house development can be allowed. Thank you. Dr. K.K. Kwok.
Mr. President, when we talk about country parks, especially the enclaves, it's definitely not something new under this roof. In 2001, I was Zhang Zheng, who was responsible for land planning. He mentioned that the administration should explore different channels through development transfer and private-public partnership to pursue development. It's been 12 years. In 2004, the then Environment, Transport and Secretary Sarah Liu mentioned about a management agreement scheme and also PPP, private-public partnership. And she proposed to use 12 sites as on a pilot basis. It's been 9 years, and we have not seen any of these schemes or programs effectively protecting such precious resources, that is, a country park that is cherished by the public. This should have been done over 10 years ago. Enclaves should have been incorporated under the Country Parks Ordinance and afforded protection. But I don't know whether it's inadvertent or not. The administration did not put enclaves on the top of their list in the incorporation into country parks for conservation. And that results in the great controversy we see today. Several years ago, well, compared to several years ago, I see that our society has matured. More and more people attach importance to conservation on the country parks. They realize that our country parks and our natural landscape is at stake. In 2005, it was the Hung Yee-Kuk Deputy Chairman Chung Hok-ming. He proposed a conservation policy. It's strange. In his motion, he made it very clear that he attached importance on conservation and in the ecology. Of course, there may be some other things, but I can't speak for him. People from the rural areas support conservation. They saw the need. But that's something that I don't understand. When a lot of people want to protect Saiwan, and at the same time indigenous villages of Saiwan said that they cherish the natural landscape and the serenity of the environment, and on top of that, the unique way of life that has been there for many years. Incorporation into country parks and restriction on excessive development will achieve that goal, so that generations of villagers can keep their original way of life, so that they can continue to enjoy the natural landscape, because it will be protected. Why do they see that as an infringement of their rights? But it boils down to interests. In village zones, we're talking about over 70 sites, 77 to be exact, of these enclaves. Of course, it's not just green groups who have their eyes on it. Developers and indigenous villagers have their eyes on it as well, on those as well, because we're talking about profits of hundreds of millions of dollars. There are conflicts, and this is regrettable. I don't want to detract. I don't want to digress so far as to talk about the right to small houses. But compared to the present day, the Ding right or indigenous villager right will be more difficult. Is more difficult. Well, is not as easy to realize as in the past. They, like other Hong Kong people, should protect these sites, the tranquility, the serenity, and the unique beauty of these sites are cherished by indigenous villages and the public, but there is a slight difference where interests are involved, especially interests of developers. We see that plots of land we found that sites like Pak Lap, Solo Pun have been included in the development plans. The rights to small houses have been transferred. There are 1,300 species of fauna, 50 different species of animal and insects, freshwater fish, many different species. If you only look at the dollar sign, these are dispensable. When it comes, every time when developers want to change the land use of these sites, including Hutchison Holding and Cheung Kong, they want to make as much as possible, and they will give you a lot of information about their conservation policy, about how to protect these endangered species. But when it comes to Tin Shui Wai, Hong Shui Kiu, Yuen Long, all these large-scale developments, we see full well that they say one thing and do another. Developers only want profit. They are profit-driven. So driven that they have lost their conscience. They don't even care about how Hong Kong people feel. There is a small area, but there is a very small per capita area, livable areas in Hong Kong, with a high land price. More Hong Kong people than not live in a cubicle, something like a cubicle. But they all come out to say that we need to protect our country parks. They want to protect public property. There is no self-interest. And if the land, of course, it would be well and good if it becomes our own home. But if every one of us is so selfish, then it won't take long for our country parks to disappear. The chief executive the Secretary for Development on more than one occasion said, well, from a slip of tongue, that they wanted to take land from them. Some people said that is a tacit understanding between them and developers. I hope not. We see from the Taiwan incident that it's not just a handful of groups or handful of individuals. A lot of people have come out. People live in tiny space. Country parks, including Taiwan, provides them with breathing space, a solace to their difficult lives. If the administration does not do what they're supposed to do and include such precious sites into country parks, I believe it won't take long. Like what we've seen, Pak Lap, Solopun. These sites will be turned into luxurious flats with a sea view. The interest of a handful of people are pursued at the expense of the interest of the general public. I beg to differ. Well, I see that Mr. Lau Wong-fat had to do it because he represents rural power, interests of small house rights, and that of developers. So I understand why he did it, but I don't agree with him. We're not conserving for our generation. I believe that when no ceiling is set in our population policy, it means there will be a great demand on land. It's the most convenient, the easiest approach to develop country parks. But this is something that majority of Hong Kong people don't agree. We're asked not to allow the amendment to pass. The use of legislation to protect the natural environment and the ecology is not something unique to Hong Kong. The US is the first country to use the power of the state to protect heritage, natural heritage and resources. The US is a huge country. There are a lot of land for use, a lot of idle land. Still, they make use of legislation to make everything clear, let alone Hong Kong. Because if you're not looking, someone would have stolen such precious land and turned them into densely populated area. Of course, we're here to talk about Taiwan. I believe that Taiwan is not the only or the last site that requires action from the government. We're talking about 77 enclaves. When will the administration incorporate them into country parks and protect them? That is the big question. What I don't want to see is that Taiwan is taken out and no action will be taken for the other 77 sites. Well, some people said that is there any tacit added deals under the table? Well, that Taiwan will be taken out and the rest of 77 sites will be left alone. Well, then Taiwan is only a bargaining chip. If by chance with the support of pan-democrats. Well, the loyalists are supposed to support the government, but today they changed tact. This is not the end. There are more works to do. We are trying to protect Taiwan, but we know that there are other sites through transfer and sale of rights to small houses. So, some people who profiteer are already doing something. Today we're here to talk about Taiwan. I believe this is a long battle. This is a war, a small war in a battle. We have to protect our country parks, our ecology, and fauna and flora that's been there for generations. We ask Hong Kong people to come out to defend our country parks. I so submit to object to the amendment.
Mr. Chen Chi-chun, President, Mr. Lau Wong-fat of the BPA proposes today that the Taiwan enclave be excluded from the country park concern. So suddenly Mr. Lau has become a member from the opposition camp. Mr. Lam Wing-gong said last Saturday that some of the opposition members are not acting in a civilized manner, so that there is no consensus. Whatever camp you come from, you should sit down and adopt an open mind and listen to the views of the other side. You should not object to government policies blindly. So some people said that this is directed against you, Chen Chi-chun, because you are a radical from the pro-democracy camp. So suddenly we have many opposition members. According to some reports, DAB and PPA members would join hands in opposing the government's order. I don't know whether Mr. Lam Wing-gong would think that these members are civilized or not. So there's a reversal of roles. We are the loyalists for one day. We would join hands in protecting, in passing this country parks, Designation, Consolidation, Amendment Order 2013. We're not doing this to support the government. We want to protect the country parks. We want to prevent the repeat of what Mr. Simon Low did 3 years ago, leading to irreversible consequences. So I think the government should be aware that the pro-democracy members are not opposing the government for opposition's sake. As long as the government is acting in line with public interest, we'll be on your side. Actually, we will always be on the people's side. So the FTU have been attacked, that they are now on the side of the pro-democracy members. Not everyone can afford to travel to other countries, to countries such as Maldives. And country parks are there for these people to breathe fresh air, to enjoy the beautiful landscape. The value of country parks cannot be stressed more. I'm no hiker. I don't like to go hiking, but I have been involved in 3 trail walk events, and the whole team completed the trail. Although we spent 47 hours, 48 minutes, and everyone got injured from the long walk. Trail walkers like Taiwan particularly because it's so beautiful, and normally you won't go there. In 2010, after the Simon Low incident, I came out to join hands with other people to protect Taiwan. How beautiful is Taiwan? Well, many people have referred to this as the most scenic spot. They talk about 4 places with the name with Wan, and then Nam Se Jim as well. You must go there to fully appreciate how beautiful they are, and the sooner you go, the better. I'm not just a concern about destruction, but sometimes the beauty wanes over time. So Taiwan is an invaluable asset of Hong Kong people. I've heard one of the strongest arguments against incorporation of Taiwan is that villagers' dreams will be broken. The dream of development or the dream to make money. Mr. Lau Wong-fat says, I love country parks, but I cannot bear to take away their land, and their development rights should not be deprived. And even if this is not endorsed by the council, they can still resort to judicial review. Mr. Lau, you do whatever you deem to appropriate. But I think your justifications and the examples you give are inappropriate. They compare the incorporation of Taiwan to the Choi Yun village or the development of Northwest NT, and the point is that they allege the deprivation of properties. But the fact is, after incorporation, the villagers can still apply to build small houses. So there's no deprivation of property rights. And the applications would be treated in the same manner. It's not more difficult or less difficult than previously, where I believe the government would ensure that their lawful rights are protected. I listened very carefully to members' speeches. Miss Elizabeth Guang of DAB spoke with a lot of facial expression. She tried to plead on behalf of villagers, and it was most touching. But last time, when other villagers had their villages destroyed, these members didn't show the same emotion, the same feelings. All right, in the future, we will be talking about development in other places. I hope you'll be adopting the same yardsticks, the same tone, the same facial expressions in our discussion. In 2010, a non-indigenous villager purchased a big piece of land, felled many trees, and built extensively. And the land taken up included government land, and there was a big pool that constructed there. There was a public outcry, and with strong public opinion behind it, the government declared a development permission area to put a stop to the construction work. At the end, in the same year, the CE announced in the policy address that enclaves will be incorporated in the country parks or be put under the statutory control of OSEP, and the scenery will be one of the factors to be considered. As Taiwan is among the most beautiful locations and beaches in Hong Kong, people just expect that Taiwan will be incorporated into a country park. We city dwellers, it seems that we support protection of Taiwan, but the villagers don't. We are not barbarians. We city dwellers agree that there should be help and assistance given to villagers as a way to resolve the disputes. And there should be joint efforts to facilitate the villagers to make a living in their village, so that measures can be implemented within the broad policy framework. And NGOs which advocates the protection of country parks should lend a helping hand to villages so that their humble wish of preserving their villages can be implemented. Mr. Hon LAU, head of an NGO, said that the exclusion of the enclave would be a lose-lose situation for all. The land will not be protected, and more villages will become deserted. He thinks that the government should manage and protect villages in a joint effort, like what the UK government has been doing in enhancing the value and attractiveness of rural areas by developing them into towns. Mr. LAU Wong-fat, I know that under this distorted and evil split voting system, your amendment is not going to be passed. But I appreciate your spirit that you are going to do it whatever the outcome. And in the coming debate on the PMP and the motion to invoke PMP, it will suffer under the same evil split voting system. So please don't accuse me of putting up a show, and I won't accuse you of doing the same. So this is the first time you propose an amendment motion, and you phone every member up to try to gain their support. So you have done whatever you can. You have done your homework. And Mr. LAU Wong-fat is very serious about this, even after the panel meeting. But I think there is another agenda behind this particular debate. So what is the hidden agenda? According to this magazine, that Mr. LAU Wong-fat is doing this to pave the way of his son's political career. And then Mr. Tan Keng Seng, chairman of the Country Park Board, has to be the retreat of defeat. There are so many rumors and stories circulating in the media. People are saying that this is a small battle, and what we can achieve today is just a small victory. Well, the hardest battle to come will be how we can protect the other enclaves. Some of them have been put under the control of OSAP, meaning that they can be used for village development. Mr. Lam Chiu-ying, the former director of Hong Kong Observatory, says that if the Town Planning Board is entrusted to handle these enclaves, it would be most worrying, because many a time the Town Planning Board would ignore the impact on neighboring land. And the classic example is to allow the IFC to be so tall, affecting our ridge line, and the view from Victoria Harbour will no longer be the same. And now, this time, the government is doing us a good turn by standing with the majority. But on the other hand, the administration is trying to let go the other enclaves, i.e. to make it possible for the other enclaves to be developed. We are going to discuss Solopun in due course. It's not inhabited, but the estimated population for the future is 1,000. Where would they come from? I think we have to leave this to another motion debate. Although we support the government's motion this time, but the government should not be too happy about this, should not be too happy prematurely. In the subcommittee, there were two sides, but both sides asked similar questions of the government. Why did the government do such a lousy job in the past? Why did you apply these principles in these cases but not in those other cases? And some enclaves are put under the control of OSAP. It seems that there was no consistent policy. I think for this debate, we should have Mr. Paul Chen sitting here listening to us, because what we are talking about is land our beautiful landscape, once destructed, will be gone forever. We are not saying that the government has done a perfect job. And some people think that the government is barbaric or the rationale is not convincing to all people. And sometimes the government is self-contradictory. Well, similar comments were raised at the subcommittee, but we have to come down on the side of supporting the government's motion, because we're concerned that if these enclaves are let go, are released for development, then there will be destruction and there's no reversal. You know that people like to adopt this approach, destruct first before the development. So after destruction, we cannot revive them. So I rise in support of the government's motion, because the government is doing something along the wishes of Hong Kong people. I hope the government will do more to protect our treasured country parks.
Mr. Kenneth Leung. Thank you, Mr. President. In Hong Kong, with very crowded living conditions, air pollution is also serious. But then we have country parks just a stone's throw away from us. And surprisingly, in 2007, The Economist talked about the livability ranking, and surprisingly, Hong Kong was ranked first. Why was it so? Hong Kong got the honor because of our country parks. In a year, or in fact, we have got over 10 million visitors. And in fact, for Shinjuan Country Park, we had 2 million visitors. We have a lot to build our pride on, but sometimes we destroy them with our own hands. Say, for example, our transparency index is now ranking 15. Now for livability, we rank first in the ranking. What have we done to preserve such a valuable asset? Just now, many people have talked about the legality, the economic factors, etc. Let me try to address the issue from the economics point of view. That is, if we are to incorporate the enclaves into the country parks, what is the economic implication? At UCLA, we have a Professor Elkian, and he's well known for his economic theories. And in fact, for private property rights, he has a lot of research work done. But then in his study, he has said that private property rights are not absolute. Private property rights are not absolute. That's what this professor said. And in fact, it is subject to the restrictions of social contract. Now let's take a look of the private property rights that we are examining. The Business and Professional Alliance colleagues said that for the enclaves to be incorporated into the country parks, this is tantamount to depriving the owners of their private property rights, and we are sort of taking away the ownership from the private land owners. But is this really the case? According to Article 40 of the Basic Law, it is said that the lawful traditional rights and interests of the indigenous inhabitants of the new territories shall be provided by the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. So, lawful traditional rights and interests, rather than the value of the interests. When it comes to rights and interests, it also means the original lifestyle of the indigenous inhabitants. The way of life is being integrated with nature, and it is ruled in nature. In the 1970s, the colonial government promised the indigenous inhabitants of their right to build exempted houses. Of course, I don't want to embark on a broader debate about the right to build exempted houses. When it comes to the protection of the rights and interests, we do not include the future value of such rights and interests. Nobody, including the administration, can guarantee that the rights and interests will see an increase in the value. No one can guarantee that. What we are talking about is the protection of the rights and interests of the indigenous inhabitants. Between 2010 and 2011, there was this policy address, and the administration said that 77 enclaves covering both private land and government land will have 55 of them included into country parks. And in fact, in 2012, the Country and Marine Parks Board agreed with such a proposal. In other words, private land will no longer be excluded out of the country parks. When we look at the records of the FCD, within the country parks, in fact, we have got 19,000 sites which are privately owned. In other words, the facts show that for enclaves to be incorporated into country parks, there's no question of affecting private property rights or land rights. Of course, by incorporating them into country parks, they will be subject to some restrictions. Just now, colleagues cited overseas examples and other cases, trying to convince us that the enclaves should not be incorporated into the country parks, and then maybe we can set up a trust fund, etc. I think Ms. Elizabeth Quart said that perhaps we should set up a conservation fund or something like the UK National Trust Fund. Well, in fact, every day their life is being affected by the conservationist policies, because many of them may very well be living in a listed property. After a building has been regarded as a listed building, whether its development will be affected, of course it will be. But do they take it out on the government on a daily basis? Would they try to protest against the government for a possible drop in the value? Because they love the land, they love their properties. We have grade 1, grade 2, and grade 3 for the listed properties in the UK. And there are certain restrictions according to the grading. Let me cite some simple examples. I used to live in one of such listed properties. For example, if you want to carry out alterations to a listed property, you must apply to the local council. Of course, you can't turn a wooden window frame into an aluminium one or steel one, and you can't add a cut loft. And then there are some interesting rules. For the listed properties, once every 7 years, there must be a repainting. And then for the colors to be chosen by the owner, say for example, if white or cream is the tone of the color in the street, you're not supposed to choose another color. But everybody agrees that it is a good conservation policy. As a result, the value doesn't drop, and in fact, overseas investors are fascinated with such a street full of characteristic buildings, and on the contrary, the value of the property goes up. So maybe I'm digressing too much. Now, 12 months ago, I went to Myanmar, and it has just started economic development, and they used to live under the military junta's rule, and they used to have a very difficult life. And Aung San Suu Kyi returned to the parliament, and as a result, a lot of livelihood issues were resolved. I went to live in a place called Ininik, and then it's by the lakeside. It's a freshwater lake, large in size, of good scenery, quite comparable to Dai Long Sai Wan. For the inland lake, it occupies 116 hectares. And then we lived at a bed and breakfast. It's made of wooden structure. It's like a cottage. And then for each structure, you have got 5 or 6 visitors. For larger ones, they can accommodate 10 to 20 guests. For all such structures, they are very beautiful and they've been designed by architects or designers. For the one that I lived in, well, in fact, it was built by a Chinese who was exiled by that government in Paris for 15 years. He told me that there was this policy. On the one hand, they would like to protect the scenery. On the other hand, they would like to develop sustainable ecotourism. And therefore, they encouraged the nationals who have been living overseas for a long time to come back and develop such a industry. And that's why he has come back to provide bed and breakfast and has been successful. Of course, we need to strike a balance between conservation and development. Just now, many members have said that the indigenous inhabitants have the rights and interests being affected, eroded. In fact, the administration could have thought of a better plan so that while we are able to continue with our enjoyment of the scenery, the villagers can still make a living. Last weekend, I went to Singapore. Of course, in Singapore, the pace of development is such that a lot of us envy Singapore and we've been asking our government to learn from the Singaporean experience. Singapore's area is only half of what we have got in Hong Kong. They have a dense, their development is very dense, and they have less flatland than Hong Kong. When I talked to the local people about their quality of life, they shook their heads. Of course, for the Singaporean pace, some of our colleagues here in the legislature would like to get the same. But then when I talked to the Singaporeans about their quality of life, they said that they were under a lot of pressure. They didn't have something like the country parks in Hong Kong. The only one was called the Woodlands. In the northern part of Singapore, is a forest with a few hectares. For the rest of the site, they have a lot of reclamation, and the land was fully built up. Today, I can see that when we have got so much treasure, we have natural assets in the country parks. We all say that we love Hong Kong. A few years ago, there was a conversation between myself and Mr. Sito Hua. We talked about patriotism. He said that it means that we love the land, the culture, the people. Now, if we don't love our land, if we want to sacrifice such a beautiful place like Taiwan, how can we say that we love Hong Kong? It is a question for us to ask ourselves. Today, I don't want to go into the details as to why I'm opposing Mr. Lau's amendment. In the past few days, I've received many emails asking me to support the administration's amendment order. There is the Country Parks Designation Consolidation Amendment Order 2013. I've been asked to oppose to Mr. LAU Wong-fat's amendment. Well, I've set out a very simple logic. Yes, we may very well want to protect the indigenous rights and interests as promised in the Basic Law, but it doesn't mean that we have to guarantee the value of such interests and rights. They are still entitled to the rights and interests. So based on this, and based on the fact that private property rights are not absolute, I support the administration's amendment order. So I speak. Thank you.
Mr. Tony Tse. Mr. President, according to the August 2011 report by Civic Exchange in relation to country parks, In the 1970s, when country parks were delineated, the boundary of protected areas mainly cover catchment areas of reservoirs and the highland. The objective then was to restrict the development in country parks, and then by additional vegetation and additional tree planting, water resources can be protected. Therefore, in the early years, one of the main objectives of delineating country parks is to protect the water quality in the catchment areas of reservoirs. As Hong Kong further urbanized, more and more members of the public attach importance to the value of conservation and natural resources. And some people even do not want to see any development in country parks and neighboring areas, so as to prevent any threat to natural ecology. And then in 2012, the number of country park visitors had reached 13 million visitor trips. Many members of the public and visitors would like to go to the country parks to have a feel about the natural scenery of Hong Kong. And in recent years, many members of the public were of the view that the government should expand the country parks so as to enhance the conservation of nature. This time, the government proposes to include the Tai Lung Sai Wan enclave into the country park was because in June 2010, it's discovered that somebody in Sai Wan Country Park enclave, which is a private lot and even on a government lot, had conducted excavation, unlawful excavation. That had led to a high degree of concern about country parks. Therefore, in the policy address of 2010-2011, the government pledged to include enclaves into the country parks, or through statutory planning procedures, established the appropriate uses of such enclaves so as to exercise control. Obviously, how to handle this issue is actually how to regulate the land development in enclaves so as to guard against major damages and impact on the environment of the country parks. However, is the inclusion of enclaves the only solution or the most effective solution? How is the administration going to balance private property rights and public interest? Can we enhance the penalty in the Country Parks Ordinance to regulate those who conduct illegal activities in country parks and their enclaves? Is the existing deterrent effect strong enough? I'd like to see more explanation from the administration in a moment. According to Section 18 of the Country Parks Ordinance, any owner of any land lot or any person who holds an interest in a land lot cannot, because of the inclusion of that lot in a country park, obtain compensation as a result of development. Now, this is tantamount to passing a judgment before the trial is completed. That's unfair. Although Mr. Wong Kam-seng, Secretary of Environment, repeatedly said that the inclusion of private landlords in enclaves in country parks will not affect private property rights, and the private lots concerned will not have to be returned to the government. However, for the private lots in country parks, even though in terms of use, development and redevelopment, the hurdles facing the property owners will increase, and members of the public would like the relevant development to match and further satisfy environmental requirements. Therefore, the landowner of the landlord concerned, in the course of development, will have to take care of more factors. Undoubtedly, this will cause a certain degree of loss to the title owners. However, how should we assess their losses? Under the existing ordinance, no professional body or establishment has been authorized to assess or professionally assess the losses suffered by the title owners. If there are claims or compensation claims, a judgment will have to be made. At present, title owners affected can only seek redress from the administration. Thus, the title owners have doubts. It's just like the government playing a soccer match. Is a player, but at the same time is the referee. Then the match cannot be fair and just. Therefore, it is necessary for the administration to review these issues and make appropriate arrangements as soon as possible. This is to prevent conflict of public interest and private interest. Title owners, land title owners, should be entitled to reasonable compensation. The government must consider how to take care of private property rights as well as public interest. The government should not be lopsided towards any side. This time, the administration proposes to include this enclave into country parks. This has caused public concern. Under the pretext of public interest, the government should also take care of private property rights. Obviously, this time, there's not been sufficient communication between the private title owners and the administration. Therefore, these members of the public who are affected, namely the property title owners, cannot set their mind at ease that even though their private lots are included in the country parks, their interests will be duly protected. Therefore, the administration should proactively contact the affected property title owners and provide assistance to them. The government should help the villagers to re-establish their villages and assist the farmers in rehabilitation. Conservation free of charge has all along been the concept in the minds of the administration. However, conservation will definitely impact on private property owners who will suffer a loss. For buildings with a conservation value, when the owner wants to modify any part of the building, an application has to be lodged with the administration. So should the government provide more assistance to these landowners, including financial assistance? The government and the private sector should join hands in conservation. The government should not just order or make a conservation order without giving regard to the losses of the landowners. For those who suffer losses, suitable compensation should be paid. For the illegal structures on government land, if any tenant has to be relocated as a result of development projects, rehousing and compensation should be given by the government. If any private lot is included in a country park, and if it is proved that the property owner suffers losses, the administration should pay reasonable compensation to them. The basic law protects private properties, and we should respect that. At the same time, that's part of our core values, which we should maintain and uphold. Thank you.
，Dr. Low Wong-fat Well, we want to be focused on the debate in this motion, so we need to first clarify any confusing messages before we could have rational discussion. Now, there are a lot of media reports and there are a lot of comments expressed. Many said that Dr. Lau Wong-fat moved this motion to repeal the Country Parks Amendment Order 2013 is really to take Tai Long Sai Wan out of the country park boundary. Many people, therefore, are misled to think that once this motion is passed, then Tai Long Sai Wan, this beautiful environment, will be excluded from the country park. Just now, a number of members spoke in opposition to Dr. Lau Wong-fat's motion. Their speech shows exactly their misunderstanding about the situation. Actually, what Dr. Lau Wong-fat is proposing to do is that for the Tai Long Sai Wan enclave, it should not be incorporated into the country park. The Sai Kung East Country Park is 4,400 odd hectares. That is the green part in the map. That's just part of the Sai Kung East Country Park, so a vast expanse of green. And the enclave is 16.5 hectares. The black shaded box there is just 0.37% of the country park. And then Dr. Lau Wong-fat's motion does not really affect the existing country park at all. Conservationists and hikers don't want the Tai Long Sai Wan to be affected, and this motion won't do that. It won't affect the beautiful beach many mentioned. It won't lead to high rises in Tai Long Sai Wan as suggested by Mr. Kwok Kim Yuen, and it won't lead to another repeat of the Simon Low's case as suggested by Mr. Ray Chen. Now, for Sai Wan villagers, they have strong reaction to the government's announcement to include the Sai Wan enclave into the country park. That's issue left from history, and it's because the government hasn't handled the case properly. Now, here we're talking about government or private land surrounded by the country park. That's why they call enclave, but they don't form part of the country park. In considering whether such sites should be designated as country park, the government has an established set of criteria. There are various assessment factors. For example, the land value of the site concerned, the amenities value, the area, the land use, the compatibility of land use, etc. But in designating country park, the government takes into account that taking up private land will affect the rights and interests of the traditional rights and interests of indigenous villagers. That's why in the early days the policy was to leave out private land so that the rights and interests of indigenous villagers won't be affected. Otherwise, villagers might oppose and they also might seek compensation from the government. That's why usually when the government designates country park, it would usually leave out villages, village environs, and buffer zones from country park. That's why they become enclaves. There are now 24 country parks in Hong Kong, the colored ones here. They amount to 43,000 hectares, about 10% of the land area of Hong Kong. There are 77 enclaves. They amount to about 2,076 hectares. Now, for some land sites, because the landowners have raised no objection, so some land sites have been incorporated into country parks, about 460 hectares. So for enclaves, there is a historical reason for enclaves, and also enclaves account for about 0.48% of the total country park area in Hong Kong. So it's just a very small part. Now, the Sai Kung Rural Committee was sent a letter by the government, and the letter stated clearly the government's policy on designating country park. And I'll quote from the letter. Now, in designating country park, village environs are left out of the country park boundary, and also there will be buffer zone allowed for extension of village environs. And there are also policies to follow. That is, houses could be built within a 300 feet distance of the village. And these areas are totally left out of country parks. Now, there's also a 1987 paper on the principles of extending country parks. Again, it stated that as part of government policy, government is selective in including land into country parks. And then in 2011, the principles were revised. Now, when there is still active farming, then a site is not suitable for designation as country park. So we want to conserve enclaves so that they won't be affected by incompatible use. There are two options available under the current mechanism. One option is that under the Country Parks Ordinance, enclaves would be incorporated into country parks. The other option is that under the Town Planning Ordinance, enclaves would first be included in development permission area plans and then eventually outline zoning plans so that there would be statutory control. Now, I'm an engineer by profession. In early 2011, from 2010 to 2012, I was a member of the Town Planning Board, so I had good understanding of town planning procedures. Now, after a DAP plan is gazetted, if there's no permission from the Town Planning Board, any development in a zone covered by the DPA is considered illegal. The government could take enforcement action. So under the current land administration system, enclaves not subject to planning control could first be made subject to planning control. Now, after the Simon Low's case in Tai Long Sai Wan, the Town Planning Board regulated some enclaves through DPAs. I was a member of the Town Planning Board during that period. Now, DPA plan is only valid for 3 years. It could be expanded by a year at most. And the DPA plan should then be replaced by an outline zoning plan, OZP. And in drawing up OZP, the government will consult on the land use for enclaves so that the Town Planning Board could have regard to conservation needs as well as development expectations, and there could be a proper balance. The OZP will show the normally permitted uses in the plan and other uses that for which applications will be made to the Town Planning Board, and there are guidelines issued. Now, in the OZP formulation process, it's rather stringent, and actually the process is democratic too. There will be consultation with the public and various sectors. And TBB members usually have professional background in engineering, architecture, and planning, and so on. And there are also relevant government representatives on the Town Planning Board. Now, once an enclave is brought under an OZP control, then there will be proper land planning for farmland, for green belt, for government institution, community facilities, for rural or for village development or for conservation. And then all the land uses will be clearly spelled out. Now, even for village-type development, that's subject to certain restrictions. So the Sai Wan village enclave should have been dealt with by the OZP mechanism. So OZP would then become part of the standing planning control mechanism. There are 77 enclaves now. 23 have been dealt with. They've all been brought under OZPs. In 2012, the Hoi Ha and Back Lap were were included in DPA and Solomon Islands. And for these 3 places, eventually there were OZPs, and villagers found that acceptable. And if villagers want to proceed with development, they have to apply with the Lands Department. In some cases, they may even have to apply to the Town Planning Board. Now, the question is, this October, the government published the amendment order to include Sai Wan, Yun Tun, and Kam Shan enclaves into country parks by negative vetting. For the Taiwan 16.5 hectares, 24% are private land, including farmland and village land, and 76% are buffer zone, and that's government land. I am a member of the Subcommittee on Country Parks, Designation, Consolidation, Amendment Order 2013. Members or ask or query the government when it deals with the Saiwan Village Enclave, how come it doesn't adopt the same approach? In making assessment, has the government adopted the consistent criteria? Has there been proper assessment? Is it fair to villages? Now, the government's approach has caused a strong opposition from Saiwan villagers. It's understandable because once the land is included in the country park, it will cause much inconvenience to the day-to-day life of villagers and also future development of these villages. For example, in the Country Parks Ordinance, it stated clearly that nothing that can be done to affect the land, for example, starting a fire and so on. Just now, Mr. Albert Chan has already given detailed explanations. So there will be conflicts between the ordinance and the way of life of villagers. How do we resolve that? The government hasn't come up with any plan. And if the villagers want to develop their land rights, and as Mr. Albert Ho pointed out, that there will be much restriction or limitations. Now, if the Saiwan Enclave is incorporated in the country park, the government said it will improve the management of the land and it will improve amenities there. Since the establishment of the Sai Kung Country Park in February 1978, what sort of improvement works has the government carried out? So it has a poor track record. How could it then convince villagers now? I think the government needs to strike a proper balance. It's important that we promote conservation, but at the same time we have to consider the full and legitimate rights and interests of residents living in the area. There should be a reasonable approach that is acceptable to all. There should be consistent assessment criteria, and the enclave should be brought under town planning control by way of OZP. Then there could be proper regulation and control as suggested by Dr. Kenneth Chen. Now there are 12 sites of high ecological value. They should be priority sites for conservation. And there are pilot public-private participation programs and other non-profit-making management plans. And there are incentives offered to operators, for example, rent concessions and so on. And there could be a collaboration with landowners to promote conservation. Out of these 12 sites, there are 6, Xiaolaotong, Yongxiu. They are also enclaves. Given the above reasons, I and BPA members support the motion moved by Dr. Lau Wong-fat. We are against incorporating Saiwan Enclave into the country park. I and BPA members cherish Tai Long Saiwan. We want it to be conserved, but we believe the government ought to review its handling of the Saiwan Enclave. It should consider carefully adopting the OZP approach, which will be a win-win solution. And balance could be struck between conservation and social harmony, as well as interaction between humans and the natural environment. Thank you. Does any other member wish to speak?
環境局局長。
Secretary for the Environment.
主席。
President, I would like to thank members for the views on the incorporation of the Saiwan Enclave into the country park over the past few years. Now, when I was in secondary school, I went to various countries side. I saw villages being abandoned, and some villages could not be preserved, so I feel deeply for that. I've been to Tai Long Sai Wan many times. Now, as I said in my opening remarks, for some enclaves, country park enclaves, they are subject to various degrees of development pressure, and development on such enclaves may be incompatible with the country park environment, or may undermine the aesthetic value and integrity of the country parks. The public has high expectation of the government to enhance protection of country parks. So for each enclave, we have to consider its actual situation, consider the best way to protect it. For Tai Long Sai Wan, we have taken into consideration the geographical location of the site, its aesthetic value, and so on. We've also considered the scale of the settlement and other factors, and we believe this enclave should be incorporated into the country park. Some members pointed out that Sai Wan is beautiful, it's got high amenities values. So if we incorporate Sai Wan into the country park, it will help to improve the management of the area. And the government will be able to invest proper resources into improving the ecology and further enhance the amenities value of the site. And when the site is incorporated in the country park, we will step up support measures and so on. For example, inspection, enforcement, garbage management, and so on.
As members often say, we should make good use of social resources like funds to seek collaboration with villages so as to improve the environment and arrive at a win-win situation. The government will provide suitable facilities like signage to facilitate visitors. Besides, the AFCD law enforcers will regularly inspect country parks and monitor the situation, wherein where necessary, in accordance with the country parks and special area regulation, take suitable action. The Town Planning Ordinance specifies the preparation of maps and zones and drawings and plans to place resources in conservation so as to enhance ecology and improve facilities in relation to routine patrol and so forth, as well as refuse management. All these have exceeded the portfolio of the Planning Department and the Town Planning Ordinance. So we believe there are sufficient statutory justifications to include Sai Wan into the country park so as to more effectively protect Sai Wan. Therefore, there are insufficient justifications under the Town Planning Ordinance to prepare an OZP. On different occasions, I emphasize that to include private lots into a country park will not affect the titles of existing private lots, and such lots will not have to be returned to the government. Any private lots in a country park are governed by the relevant land leases as well as the Country Parks Ordinance. In a country park, small houses may be approved. We do have precedents, and I won't repeat them. From the past till now, we've already 460 hectares of private lots in country parks, and they're included in country parks at different stages. And there are several hundred small houses in our country parks as well. As for Sai Wan, for the private lots in the enclave, over 90% are agricultural land under old leases and 7% building lots. The development scale is therefore very much limited, as we all understand. We must not affect the power of the Country Park and Marine Park Authority in vetting applications. Therefore, by and large, the authority is of the view that small houses and the country park are compatible with each other. Therefore, when handling applications, the authority will look at the merits of individual cases. It is worthy of our consideration that before the inclusion of an enclave in the country park, the development of any small house will have to satisfy the small house policy as well as the land lease. Relevant laws and policies have to be observed as well. District land officers, in considering relevant applications, will consult relevant departments, including the AFCD. Members, including Mr. Albert Chan, suggested that suitable powers be conferred upon the authority to handle village environment within a country park, and villagers living therein should conduct their daily lives as usual. The country parks are to protect nature and to provide to the general public rural recreation and outdoor facilities. The Country Parks Ordinance, as well as the Country Parks and Special Area Management Regulation, are our foundation, so that members of the public can enjoy country parks and the natural scenery therein. The ordinance prohibits certain activities in our country parks. At the same time, the administration does consider that country parks may impact on the daily life of the villagers. Therefore, certain regulatory provisions are not applicable to those ordinarily reside in the country park concerned, and wherein necessary, permits are granted to the relevant residents. Therefore, in general, the daily living of the villagers will not be affected. For example, under Regulation 4, which prohibits vehicles in country parks and special areas, the authority will, for those people who live in the country park and who travel to and from the country parks, issue permits to them so that they can bring vehicles into the country parks in relevant areas. And then if there are special transport needs on the part of the villagers, the administration can consider individual applications. As regards other aspirations of villagers, like the operation of simple stores, the operation of B&B services, and so forth, different government departments and policy bureaus are involved. We and the relevant colleagues are actively pursuing this. Through the close collaboration among government departments and bureaus, we would like to address these aspirations because we are very concerned about local community economy as well as rural economic activities. So we'll try to take care of these aspirations. Members also want more resources for the improvement of ecology and environment. We have several funds, like the Environment Conservation Fund, under which we do have plans applicable to the conservation of country parks and their enclaves and private lots. So Sai-Wan is also covered. We'll continue to liaise with NGOs, relevant district councils, and local residents in the promotion of the fund. We encourage the property owners of Sai-Wan to collaborate with relevant organizations in conservation projects. So we can have a lot of examples, like enhancement of vegetation. We can attract more fauna as well as animals and like butterflies, and these can enhance the value of country parks, including Sai-Wan. So we can collate the effort of NGOs as well as property owners. By formulating agreements, we can foster the natural conservation of the area concerned. And through these agreements, we can also provide economic incentives to the villagers concerned, like providing economic benefits in exchange of the use of private lots for conservation purpose. And the fund can pay for the necessary expenses like renting of land as well as premises. And there can also be environmental management like clearance of extraneous species of plants or nurturing of eco-tour guides and mentors, and those activities that are beneficial to agriculture can also be subvented. At the moment, we have made satisfactory achievements in terms of these agreements. We have enhanced the ecological and nature conservation concepts of the local communities, the rural communities, as well as the general public. Under the management agreement scheme, the Conservation Association, for example, as well as the Long Valley project, had already got funds for support provided to agriculture on the planting of certain crops. So while conserving the natural scenery, agriculture can also be protected. And we've also identified more sales outlets for the farmers. For example, we have a project in Tai Po. Through public engagement activities, we've allowed the general public and the local residents to be more aware about conservation and protection of the nature. There are also other management agreements taking care of convention as well as the ecology of birds, like the Ramsar wetland and the Deep Bay wetland that is beyond the Ramsar wetland. We've also enhanced their ecological values. Some members are also concerned that to incorporate Saiwan Enclave into the country parks, is it tantamount to treating each and every lot in the same way? Whether or not any lot is suitable to be included in a country park, we do have policies, criteria, and principles, like the natural scenery, the aesthetic value, the ecological value, whether or not the country park has a similar land use, etc., are criteria of consideration. For the Saiwan Enclave, the AFCD will, in accordance with such principles and criteria, assess each and every lot, and such assessment will be independent. As for the Saiwan Enclave, its incorporation into the country parks does not mean that all the remaining lots will have to be incorporated in the country park, because in accordance with the individual circumstances surrounding each and every private lot will give independent consideration, and each lot is different. And some members asked whether this is a land resumption exercise. Absolutely not. So there's no question of compensation for land resumption. And then some members also asked about what happened after a judicial review in the court. They asked that we wait till the outcome of the judicial review is released. According to the Interpretation and General Clauses Ordinance, Cap 1, Section 34, we have to follow the procedures and introduce the legislation into this council for scrutiny. And this amendment order is a subsidiary legislation. It's gazetted on the 11th of March, and in accordance with Section 34, Bracket 1, it was introduced into LegCo on the 16th of October. That means, according to Section 34 of Cap 1, the scrutiny procedures have already been triggered. The permission application will not affect the scrutiny work of the LegCo. Up to this moment, the administration has not received any court order in relation to the amendment order. Besides, in 2010, the SARG has submitted a resolution on the repeal order. Back then, the administration already submitted to the LegCo the review of the 2010 order and our detailed opinion. We still maintain our views. That is, the legislature has no power to amend, including repeal, the amendment order. The CN Council, in accordance with Cap 208, Section 14, that is the Country Parks Ordinance, the CE does possess statutory powers in this regard. Sai Wan is unique in terms of aesthetic value, and the neighboring Sai Kung East Country Park matches its beauty. In 2010, we discovered that in Sai Wan Enclave, on a private lot and a government lot, illegal works were conducted. Now, that incident has sparked a high degree of public concern back then. The public would expect the administration to protect such enclaves with a high social value. So after cautious assessment, the administration suggested that this lot to be included in the country park. And then in accordance with the relevant ordinance, the statutory country parks procedures have already been triggered. So this exercise is reasonable, rational, and lawful. And all along, we've got support for the inclusion of Sai Wan Enclave in the country park. This is statutory as well as rational to provide appropriate protection to the country park. I'm pleased to see that we got wide discussion and support from the public. And today, various political parties and councillors, be they from the leftist camp, rightist camp, or the neutral camp, they all support the government. And I would like to thank the FTU, etc., for submitting views to the government. We understand the concerns of the village concerned. As I mentioned, we respect the existing property rights. In future, through various avenues and methods, we would like to attain a better balance between development and conservation. In order to alleviate the worries and doubts of the villagers, the AFCD has promulgated guidelines to the effect that in future, if small houses are to be developed, there will be clearer direction and steps to follow. In future, together with relevant villages, we would like to enhance communication. For example, after including certain land in the country park, both in terms of hardware and software, we can place more social resources in them to improve various aspects, like the construction of bridges and roads and relevant country parks facilities. And by opening up management, we can better manage plants and garbage. And through the work of the AFCD, we will be able to enhance the overall environment and attain a win-win situation. As many members mentioned, we would like the living environment of the villagers to, through this exercise, get improved. At the same time, when members of the public visit these rural areas, they will also benefit. This will benefit the environment, the villagers, and the public. So, to sum up, we hope that the whole process is lawful and rational, and in future also be compassionate as well. So I urge members to support the Country Parks Designation Consolidation Amendment Order 2013 to include 2 enclaves, including Sai Wan, into the country park to protect the relevant landlords. With these remarks, I urge members to support the amendment order in its original form, to take effect on the 30th of December this year.
I now call upon Dr. Lau Wong-fat to reply. Thank you, President. As I said earlier, I seek to repeal the relevant country park amendment order. It's not because I'm against country parks or conservation, but rather I oppose the way in which the government handled this case. It's against the basic law, and it infringes upon private property rights. And it has no regard to the law, and it tries to ride roughshod over villages, trying to take away private properties from villagers. And this shouldn't happen in a capitalist economy where the rule of law is practiced. I understand many members in this council have put forward arguments for and against the repeal or the amendment order. Dr. Kenneth Chan says he's received some 3,000 signatures in support of including the enclave in the country park, but I've also received signatures in support of my motion, but I won't want to compare the number of signatures. I'd just like to take this opportunity to state once again my views. Now, the government claims that the amendment order will not affect private property rights. That's a lie, and I want to expose it. Now, private landowners still own the land in the enclave. The government says that the land will be better managed if it's incorporated in the country park. That's why there is no need to compensate affected landowners. I think the government is telling a lie blatantly. If what the officials say is true, then villagers should be so thankful to the government for such a good policy. Why is it that villagers are now up in arms against the government? Outside the electrical building, there are many villagers protesting. Don't they have better things to do? What the officials say lead me to think about the Japanese militarists. They say they are just building a prosperity circle for East Asia. And then they called women who are actually sex slaves or Japanese soldiers as comfort women. But then even if they try to use nice terms, that doesn't actually cover the fact. And it's really all about interest. I hope members of this council will look at the issue rather than the person who moves the motion. I think you should safeguard the rights of minority villagers. It's all about justice and fairness. And I hope you will put yourselves in the shoes of the villagers. Now, imagine your homes or homes of officials. If they face such treatment, will you accept it? And on what Mr. Albert Chan said, I would say he's got conscience, he's got courage, he's got strong morals, and I admire him for that. But unfortunately, he does not have the courage to support me, and that's disappointing. Now, Hung Kok has always kept an open mind. We try to discuss the issue. We welcome other options like compensation and land exchange. Now, it's about protecting private property rights. And, of course, it's also about conservation. Actually, there's room to accommodate both. Now, in this chamber, we once debated the development of Northeast New Territories. I said kind government would last. Today, I'm saying the same in conclusion. Now, I urge members to support my motion and oppose the government's amendment order. Thank you. Now, those in the public gallery, please keep quiet. I now put a question to you, and that is that the motion moved by Dr. Lau Wong-fat be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is Dr. Kenneth Chan claims a division. The division bell will be rung for 5 minutes.
開始表決。
Voting begins. Members, please check your votes. If there are no questions, voting is closed. The voting results are displayed. Voting results from functional constituencies: 29 present, 13 ayes, 14 noes, 2 abstentions. From geographical constituencies: 33 present, 9 ayes, 22 noes, and 1 abstention. The question is not agreed by a majority of each of the 2 groups of members present. I declare the motion negatived. Second member's motion.